Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Parade Ideas live trading room for Monday, December the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. Thank you, Roger. Just going to ask, could you hear me and see my screen? So I got a couple of yeses, so we're all good. So actually, we've got quite a few of these little ones, but I just want to point out one thing. This ATNF, it is not, whoops, not ATN, yeah, ATNF. It is not up 1,900%. It is a reverse split. They did announce that the reverse split would be today, though. They announced that on the 16th. So it's not like the COSM that caught most of the brokers unawares. But anyway, ATNF, our data provider, has not accounted for this reverse split. Okay, so this is not up 2,000%. So that's number one. Number two, CPB is the trade of the week. CPB is the trade of the week, and it is considered live at what price was that? 57.20. I can see why he's selecting this. I would probably wait for 57.41. Just if I were going to take this one, I'm just looking at the daily chart. Looks like there's a lot of consolidation right in that area. If it took out that 57.41, might have a go. So anyway, that is the trade of the week. How you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. So I'm seeing a lot of little guys today, but the first is the big one up. I think it's tripled. MDGL. MDGL. Is it triple or something? Yeah, not quite. Well, up 208%. So $197. So yeah, it is a triple. It's up. That's the percentage. So wow. Rallies after positive data, but it's liver drug. It's phase 3. So amazing. It's that down 24% this year. I wonder if that includes that pop. Probably not. Impossible. Yeah, no. So that, yeah, so position in the euro range now is way up here. So anyway, MDGL, massive move for this one. Now, how can that happen? I mean, the news might be sensational, and I hope it is, but it's also the float. Look at that float, 12.4 million in the float for even when it was a $62 stock. That is very low. So this is obviously helping this amazing pop. 1.5 million shares have traded. So I am told that there are some sympathy plays, one of them being VKTX. VKTX is a sympathy play. And I think Casa posted a bunch of other ones. So guys, were you, somebody in our Discord room is saying they had a difficult time logging into the pro trading room, this room here. Did you guys notice any difference? I didn't, but it doesn't mean you guys wouldn't have. No issues? Okay. I'm not sure what's going on then, Mr. X. Just getting, well, one person said no issues. SLNO. SLNO. No probs. Okay. Must be something on your end, Mr. X, maybe a different browser or something like that. SLNO gapped up, trading higher after the company announced 60 million financing commitment for up to 60 million. All right. AKRO was a gap down. AKRO was a gap down. Didn't see any reason for it. AKR was a gap down. Pretty big gap down, 23%. I wonder if I wonder if they're doing the same thing as MDGL. ETNB is another gap down. ETNB. Though it has sort of resurrected itself a bit from 6 to 8. That's a big pop, actually, 25% or so, so a third. Anyway, big pop, 1/3. See if I saw any news. I didn't, again, another one, I didn't see any specific news for it. ETNB being down. Turn, T-E-R-N. Again, there are a lot of these little ones today anyway, T-E-R-N. And because look at these moves. I mean, normally, I have a color coded for the change from the close. And I might get a few of them in the last few weeks, but not this many. And these are all typically little bios, typically anyway. And they're all up like this is 10% right here, 10% and up. So we've got a bunch of them. ASMB is another one. ASMB on the move here. Announces promising interim results from 2 clinical trials. Hmm. Okay, so I've never, and I'm on Chrome also, I have never had to clear my cache. Interesting. When you were saying that they, about a third of the time they have to clear their cache before they can log into the Pro Trader room. I've never had to clear my cache. And I have to log in virtually the same way as you guys. I don't have any special privileges. IPHA, IPHA, IPHA is gupping up after the company. Oh, this is a Sanofi deal. Okay. Sanofi announced an expansion of their collaboration. Okay. So that is a deal they've got with Sanofi through the 200-day moving average. Look at that daily chart right here. Look at that green line that you see. So it is gapped above the 200-day moving average for IPHA. And again, some of these, I was just putting them in at the end because I saw some of these are just moving higher. I haven't really checked why. ZYME, after 41.3% of the patients enrolled in the companies achieved an objective response. Okay. ZYME. I couldn't find any news on the acro either, AKRO. The only thing I sometimes think about these, especially based on the price, maybe it has a similar drug to MDGL, so it's, even though some of the smaller ones in sympathy seem to be jumping, but maybe a larger one like this is not happy about MDGL. I don't know. Yeah, AMC, I know a lot of people thought that with the success of Avatar, and did I guess it was slightly under what they projected, but still a major release this weekend would really pump up AMC. But then they sold, though ahead of time I didn't see the big pump, but also they're raising $162 million through this ape thing that they've got going. Imagine if you bought ape guys up here, and all the hype about this one when it got up to $10. I'm sorry, you can't even see it there. I can look at a weekly chart. Yeah, so on this week here, August of last year, or this year, August of this year, got up to what, 1065? What a disaster. 74 cents now. Mm, yeah, boy, oh boy. I mean, these, anyway, upset about that. ASMB, another one, ASMB is gapping up, and I think I mentioned this one already. Maybe not. No, positive data from 2 trials to treat hepatitis B virus. Okay, so this is gapping up. It's not a low float either. 45 million in the float. Not high, but certainly not crazy low. Yeah, so that's what we're thinking. Nash, it's a Nash competitor to MDGL, and maybe they've got the jump on them. So that is maybe why AKRO is down, as several now are pointing out. Anti, ANTE. This is not, let's see, a China stock. That was K-Web doing. Okay, web up a little bit. China stocks are probably up a little bit right now. Market is going to, right now, it's basically flat. Had a little bit of a pop this morning, but is fading again. So basically flat. It's right where it closed on Friday. I did see this one, this QUMU, for those of you wanting to look at stocks under a dollar, up 99%. See if this is trading higher after Enghouse Systems. Oh, I see. So it's an acquisition for 90 cents a share. All right. So that's end of that one. So I wonder how active this one will be today. Oh, it's already active, COSM. If you weren't in the room on Friday, this was the absolutely crazy one. Look what it did after hours. So at the very peak, right at basically 4 o'clock, where did it get up to? Well, closed at 23. Then the after hours looked like it was trying to hold, and then boom, it got all the way down to 7. So from that low where it closed, I guess after hours. I mean, it's had quite a pop. All right, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this week or this for today. Yeah, not too much activity from the brokers this morning. So let me get the upgrades in. I'll put them in the excuse me, our Discord room first. Yeah, I do see Moderna had an upgrade from Jeffries. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Well, yeah, Larry. I mean, I do remember saying when it was $9, nothing's going to surprise me anymore. I'm sure this looks like it's 10. I mean, but that's I mean, it went from 10 to 25. All right, now I'll get some of the downgrades in, and we're still investigating the use of Discord, guys, in terms of raising that limit and the number of people who can actually see my screen. I have a feeling what we're going to do though is just keep the Discord room open anyway. There are a lot of people out there that don't really care, I guess, about seeing my screen. They just want to perhaps hear, perhaps, I don't know. And obviously, Discord is for other trading rooms. I guess it's not that big a deal to have that 50 limit, mainly posting. All right, there are some of the downgrades this morning. Now, if you were on Twitter at all this weekend, you know that Elon said, "Hey, let's do a poll and see how many people want me to quit my overseeing Twitter. versus wanting me to stay. So, and he said, if it turns out that more people want me to leave, I will respect that. Now, let's see if that happens. I think it came to 57% versus 43% wanted him to leave. So some people conjecture was that if that happened, maybe Tesla would have a pop, and $4. Again, the theory being is okay, forget your nonsense on Twitter. You're devoting too much time to that. Get back to your core. Yeah, there's your financing, 32 and a half million at 11.50 a share, so it's way below that offering price now. Well, it was fun. It definitely was fun on Friday. The other one that took off, and this was a reverse split that day, but it had been announced ahead of time. Look at this NH that took off at the end of the day, also from 250 all the way up to 687 or 673 or so. Okay, if you saw that, I was watching that one, and they did a reverse split, but it had been announced that that was the day that it was going to happen, the Friday. So it wasn't the same as the COSM. Let's take a look at Turn, guys. Turn is, yeah, again, so that is another one, right? Okay, for the MDGL. Okay, I think Casa probably mentioned you had a string of them. So that's probably why some of these I'm not familiar with. I don't know if AKLI is the same. AKLI. What about the SPY? SPY is moving. Well, basically, the SPY is flat now. It's basically where it closed on Friday. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm gonna click on new and then dock channel bar and then I still have that work. All right, I'm on another development bill. I'm going to check to see if this one is a little bit better. I think I'm at 0.31. Seems to be, in terms of my chart loading, I asked them the question. They seem to think it was going to help the situation. So we'll see. Okay, so here are your major sectors. So here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. And you can see right there that 100% in green. What does that mean? That means every single stock that makes up XLE is above Friday's close. Doesn't have to be up by a much, but it just is above Friday's close, or they are above Friday's close. And looking around, consumer staples, 76%. You would think that most of them are going to be about 50-50 just because the SPY is flat, but most of them are just, poking above that 50-50 mark or a 50% mark. Industrials right at 50. Of course, this is, we'll have to wait and see once this market opens, what happens. Now, on Friday, I wasn't able to do this, but let's take a look at these sectors with respect to their moving averages now. Okay, this will tell me if I have a slowdown in the charts. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so there's XLE. There's that green line there is the 200-day moving average. So you can see that, for a few days, last week, early last week, it's starting to drift down. And then on Friday, But anyway, still above the 200-day moving average. This is, let's take a look at retail, XRT. Retail now is really, reports I'm reading, retail sales are not good for this Christmas or holiday season. So not good. So we had that one day last week where it actually popped above the 200-day, but now drifting down below it. Consumer staples was not bad, still above, yeah, but is even that one is starting to drift down towards the 200-day. Again, that 200-day is that green line on my daily chart. Healthcare, XLV, the one that's starting to drift down towards the 200-day. Take a look at industrials, XLI, drifting down towards. Here's the big one, guys, XLF. It cracked the 200-day, I think, on Friday or Thursday. Yeah, cracked it on Friday, guys. So, and it is, I'm sorry, that's Thursday. So that's Friday. And we are, basically flat here, but it's a little more ominous, the 200-day moving average being breached by the by XLF, big financial ETF. Consumer discretionary, this will definitely be below and moving further away from that 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary. Materials, XLB, right at it. You see what happened on Friday. This was one that was, kind of holding its own, kind of like energy. But now look at this. It is now through the 200-day also. And then that's materials. Yeah. And now we get into the really bad ones. Well, especially communications, XLC. Look at that. Here's your 200-day way up here, 56, and it is moving further away. XLK almost got to the 200-day last week. You can see what happened. Well, actually, it broke out, but now it's doing its thing again, moving away from the 200-day moving average. So we'll try to remember to. What did I do here? What's that called again? Give me a moment. Scan. That's why you save everything to the cloud, guys. No reason to panic. All right, so ZYME had the big pop up here, up to 10, briefly, kind of holding. This is a not a low float, 58 million. Kind of holding though, over that 8 mark. DEI, are they, they have done, I thought they've done already several reverse splits, and this is not helping. Somebody in our Discord room bringing this one up, another one that is going to be doing a, yeah, they do many reverse splits. Because if I go back, I take out a monthly chart, just check what it looks like, split adjusted. Yeah, look at this. I could probably go back even further. Yeah, look at that. 13,000, split adjusted. That would be 13,780, maybe even more. Look at that, 32,224. That's the split adjusted price. So they've done so many reverse splits, not helping this company at all. I mean, 679 million shares for a 12-cent stock. I used to remember this one. MLCO, Melco. So this is, I wonder why they're going down. No, that's not the reason. Okay. As China, I don't know, appears to be opening up gaming stocks. Let's take a look at Win or LVS. Let's take a look at LVS, see if they're all kind of moving down. Not really. MGM, not really. So Melco, what's the volume like? Yeah, I mean, decent volume. Nothing's happening with this one. MLCO. This was on, what are we now, the 18th? So that happened yesterday. So some news announces further details of gaming concession. Okay, so that news came out yesterday for us. The China market may have been open by then. I don't know. All right, guys, we are now, I don't think my friend William has told me, but we are now within a minute of opening this trading week. So let's have a great week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And the market is, yeah, basically neutral. Basically neutral. You're late. You're late, William. All right, everybody, about 15 seconds for the open. And we do have a nice promo code. I should get it in right now before I holiday 30. Yeah, I'll do it later, guys. So we do have a nice promo code for 30% off. I'll give it to you in a bit. Go to my homepage, and it's still not reflected in on my homepage. As they have the old promo code. I have to wait for the gentleman to get back tomorrow to change it. But okay, guys. So AMRS. I'm just looking at some of the. I don't know if that's a sympathy play to the MGGL. The VKTX is, but it's been dropping. It has actually been dropping a lot. Take a look at IPHA from Shady. They are the ones that did us the Sanafits SNY collaboration. I think they're already were collaborating, and I think it's just after and yeah, an expansion of their collaboration. Okay, so that's the news for IPHA. from France, whose country's in mourning this today. Yeah, JK, it's maybe I spoke too soon about the charts. Well, give me a moment. You mean on Friday? I'm sure the bars were really. I'd have to look at. Yeah, I mean the bars were just increasing and increasing. That's Friday. Okay, I mean that's a Friday action right there. See how the bars are increasing, increasing. That's the theory behind it, anyway. I did, JK. Absolutely did. Absolutely. All right, guys. VKTX. VKTX. Issue with it really though, it got up to 830. That's a big drop. That's a big sell off in my opinion from 830 down to 540. So, and it's not a low float. So 67 million in the float. So, I just don't know how dynamic this can be after, when you see something like this, in my opinion, anyway, when you see something like this, a spike up and then a pretty big sell off, doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. A little sell off, fine. And remembering that it's just a sympathy play. It has nothing, nothing specific to it other than sympathy play to the MDGL lift. And the same thing with the turn, TER. Now that did not have quite as big a drop. Went from 10 to 9, but turn is the same thing, sympathy play with MDGL. Okay, guys, I'm looking at China here, KWeb. I see KWeb is starting to give it up. Yeah, not starting to, it is giving it up. It's almost gone flat. There's a big red candle here, opening 15-minute, and corresponding with the SPY. So here we go. Well, if the Santa Claus rally is going to happen, again, the Santa Claus rally typically is from, I think somebody pointed it out last week, from the 23rd or so until January 5th or 6th, something like that, if it's going to happen. That's typically the time frame, though. Look at go to, go to, go to, go to. Boy, oh boy, this has just been what a run this has been on. The China education stock, GOTU. Ooh, look at ZIM, guys. Big drop here for ZIM. China, no, it's not, is an Israeli stock. Don't see the specific reason, but look at that big red candle to start. It might be just tracking the spine, that's all. ZIM, not an all-time low. Okay, ETNB. I don't think I saw any specific reason for this one. ETNB, why the big gap down? Okay, SLNO is sort of creeping off the bottoms here. SLNO, that of a downturn. It did get as high as what, 169 in the pre-market. So they've announced a financing commitment of up to $60 million. Lots of volume coming in. Already traded the float, 4.46 million in the float. It's traded almost 6 million as we speak. Ooh, another one on the move down, on the way down. Not quite a, how can that, not an all-time low for Tel, even though it's $2 right now. I remember months ago waiting for this to break 10, and I think it did. Went up for a bit. Okay, guys, SLNO on the move here. SLNO, wow, on the move. So this could be the float, the low flow crazy one. 4.4 million in the float. Traded 6.5 million already. So that's the definition. Thank you, Draw. The last 5 trading days of December and the first 2 trading days. We'll see if it happens. Thing is, I'm hearing so many bleak reports about retailers. Oh, Dak, I know you're in that SLNO. I know you got taken out for a -1 on the RR, or yeah, but it's popped on you now. Don't know if you got back in. All right, wild one. NH. Let's see what happens with this NH. It did reverse split on Friday. The big run at the end of the day, a huge run at the end of the day. Pre-market high is 464. All right, we've got some halts here, guys. Ugh, I forgot to keep watching. Well, I guess ATNF is halted on the way down. Again, this is a reverse split. This is not up 20 to 100%. Okay, it's a reverse split. But it had been announced that today was going to be the reverse split, so it has not taken the brokers by surprise. And then we have CACO, CACO. So this looks like, I remember this one now. So this is this was a SPAC, I guess, or is this an uplisting? Yeah, so it's beginning to trade on NASDAQ. Okay, so this, yeah, that's right. This was this Pacifico acquisition. So now it's trading as CACO. I remember this now. We waited for this one. I think we saw this was supposed to happen maybe last week or the week before. Anyway, it is now trading as CACO, and it is halted. Another one that was, look at this one, SATX, Israeli stock, and this is halted also, SATX. Well, look at some of these China stocks, guys. So there's it's a gaming stock, but it's certainly has a lot to do with China. Blue is not a China stock, but moving down. Interesting. I mean, it looks like they had decent news. It lifts the FDA lifts the hold on their on blue sickle cell disease therapy. You would think that would be good news. Okay, so the initial, I see. So that actually, that news I can see it at 7:30 Eastern time, so I guess that was the reason for the pop. But look at this, what a sell-off for blue. Yeah, give me one moment, please. Just gotta try to find load a site. Yeah, IFA just, yeah, I got that one thumbnailed. So IFA had a pop, IPHA had a pop through the 200-day, maintaining it at least. Well, actually, it's through the 200-day moving average now. It did break out over in the pre-market, and it's now holding it. 267 is the 200-day. The VWAP is 264, so it's above those key levels right now. Okay, guys, VKTX, well, it's not listening to me. Even after that big drop from 8 down to 5, it is on the move. Again, it is a sympathy play to MDGL, okay? So it has no specific news for it. It's just a sympathy play. Okay. Sympathy with Madrigal and MDGL just, wow, it's kept moving. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, look at GME, guys. AMC at 5, GME at 20. These meme stocks are just getting absolutely kicked. Well, Zach, you're getting a lot of things in your bounce. I'm using your new one, getting a lot of them. All right, guys. EH. This is China stock. The issue with it is 762 is the 200-day. I mean, I guess that's far enough away if we could ever get there from 719. Of course, if it can crack that, then look out. We'll keep an eye on EH. Maybe if it cracks that 200-day, this could get rolling again. This China stock certainly was trading on its own. It wasn't really in tandem with what KWeb, the rest of the China stocks were doing. Well, so the Dow is up a little. The SPY is basically flat. NAS is down. Well, guys, is definitely, take a look. 762. That's the 200-day moving average. Again, if it powers through that, it's not a crazy low float. 34 million in the float. Nah, ETNB's moving down, guys. ETNB moving down. That's from my 10-day daily breakdown. Had it been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it. It is not an all-time low in the first 15 minutes. But look at this. Look underneath. Boy, look underneath. Where's the next low looking left? The next low looking left is about 675. That is got still some room on the way down. Cheap one, AXLA. Look at space, guys. SPCE. This is an all-time low now. SPCE is an all-time low right as we speak. I guess the all-time low was here on Friday at 402. So it's taken that out. SPCE. Pure Storage, PSTG. Oh, look at this one. Looking left. The next low looking left is 2733. Okay, so this got halted. This got halted again. This ATNF on the way down. It looks like. Yeah, VKTX doesn't care what I think. I thought maybe this pullback was too extensive, but it is on the move here, guys. VKTX. Oof, all-time low. NVTS, all-time low. NVTS, guys, an all-time low. Nice call by Shady on the IPHA. I think that's one you took. I don't know if you got out of it already. Where do you find the trade of the week? It is CPB, okay? CPB. Somebody's asking her. I'll just put it in here. Trade of the week is CPB, Campbell Soup. The trigger was 57.20, so it has triggered. How you trade it will be up to you. I mean, you want to trade it in a market like this, I'd be wary right now, but so I'm just going to CPB is the trade of the week. Okay, PD. So they're saying, so Disney is dropping a bid here. I guess the Avatar, I mean, what did they do? 134 million or something? But they anticipated 150. So it's a little below expectations and they need to sell a lot to recoup the expenses on that one, the costs on that one. Microsoft on the way down, MSFT on the way down with the market. So look at this, guys. So look what EH did. We're talking about that 200-day moving average. So the 200-day moving average is 762, and this got up to 754, just about there, and that's where it stopped, right in its tracks. So far, anyway. The room is not locked. There are people in there. I've unlocked the room, Delta. Try one more time. Yeah, I've unlocked the servers, so try again, maybe. I don't know. There are people in there, so I know some have been able to get in. I guess I should have taken that ATNB. I didn't like that pop. Legal. Which one? You mean the trade of the week? Which chat did I put it in? What did he ask me? Yeah, I got to learn how to do this because you shouldn't have been able to post in the upgrades and downgrades. It should be locked. I mean, it's not a big deal. Anyway, I'll just put it here. That's the question. Okay. It's CPB, okay? Trade of the week. 57.20. But again, I'd be pretty reluctant to commit to anything long right now. Well, it's not. It's just these three. Okay, should be able to post in here the upgrades and the downgrades and the pre-market actives. It's just these three. It's the same three tabs as I in the main room or the pro trading room. Same tabs. Well, guys, if you're looking for a bit of a wild one, I mean, this NH is bad spread, 419, 427. I mean, it's a bad spread. It's just that they did that reverse split on Friday and it soared to 673 before it, of course, tanked in the after hours. So this turn again is a sympathy play for the MDGL. Obviously, getting through 10 would be pretty key. You got to 1008 in the pre-market, and that is TERN. I guess the spread is tightened because it's 95.98 right now, 94.98, not terrible. Wow, look at CACO. I lost sight of this one. Son of a gun. This one, so this just started trading a CACO in the pre-market, and it's halted or resumed, or it's halted again, I guess. Here's another one, guys, that started trading in the pre-market as MRDB. I remember this one, Maria. Yeah, this is another SPAC, I think, that turned into MRDB. So we can call it the tale of two SPACs so far. This one is dropping, and the other one, CACO, is on the move up. Hey guys, turn pop through 10, came right back down. TERN. Good morning, Aja. So the housing market index came out and 31 versus 34. All right, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, here's one that has a little bit of room, guys. Rhythm Capital, RITM, a little bit of room. You know, from 840 to the high of Friday, which was 870. I mean, not a ton of room, but a little bit of room. RITM. Yeah, we got some choppiness now, guys. I mean, the IFA looked pretty good for a while, but it just topping tail and right back down now. IPHA. VKTX is giving it up also. The SLNO giving it up. Turn got up through 10, pulling back somewhat. ChargePoint is wow. That was a big drop underneath 10. I saw that one just around $10. I mean, look at the drop on EH, guys. I mean, that's why you got to be so careful. Got up to 755 and dropped all the way back down to 674. almost a dollar on a $6, $7 stock. Okay, how about this one? MRSN. MRSN through the 200-day moving average now. MRSN. Pharmaceutical prepper. I don't know if they have any specific news, but MRSN on the way down here. It's on an all-time low, but I don't know where the support is, but it is through the 200-day moving average now. 200-day moving average is at 552. So it's below the 200-day now, MRSN. Back this chart out and see what sort of support it may have. Yeah, so it looks like it's got some support around 5. So, 540, if it got down to 5, that'd be a nice percentage move. And is through the 200-day MRSN. Another one, ATAI, almost an all-time low. Not too many of them calling out that are all-time highs or near. Makes sense, of course. Vuzi, let's take a look at Vuzi. Somebody in our Discord room talking about Vuzi. VUZI. Let's see if this bug is still there. VUZI. Nope. Pretty tough to commit to anything long now, guys, even these small ones. So, with the market doing what it's doing, boy, blue. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of investors or people who held blue were waiting for this day that they'd lift the partial clinical hold. And so they went yippee at the beginning in the pre-market, 873, and it's now just giving up $2. And that's blue. The next low looking left is 648. So it has a little bit of room to that low. I did not take this one. I thought about it on the 7 break, but I did not take it. A lot of, if you've got Zach's bounce plays, there are a lot coming through, but pretty tough to commit to anything on a bounce right now, guys. With those, with the market just basically moving steadily down. Okay, I'm glad you made something on that VKTX. I mean, it still might, I mean, it held the VWAP, 622, looked like it held the VWAP, poked down just a little bit below it. So I guess my issue with it is that, doesn't have any news on its own. It's just a sympathy play with the MBGL, which is still soaring here. Had a little pullback, well, big pullback, 191, 217. Somebody's increasing the price target of this one to 300. Who's that? Somebody, MDGL. With charge points continues down. CHPT, guys, continues down. CHPT. Yeah, the VKTX still looks interesting now. Now let's had a little time to settle down. Takes out that high of 680 and starts to rock from there. Turn is still struggling to get, TERN is still struggling to get through that 10 level. Okay, so this was a big one on, big one the last few days. BYSI, big one. And some volume just pouring into it now. Look at that volume, 1.25 million shares. I can't remember if there's any specific news on this one, on this run from 56 cents, which was on the 8th of December, to 275 now, 56 to 275. And every time it pops, you think, okay, it must be over now. Must be over now, must be over now, must be over now, must be over now. Okay, guys, there's the VKTX on the move here. VKTX just kind of took out that high briefly, but look at that. It went up, got up to 680 and then pulled right back down to 650. So I'm going to reset my alert. And see if it takes it out a second time. The MRDB halted again. Yeah, so had a nice brief run, CACO, from 5 something to 9 something, and then it not collapsed, but it certainly gave up most. How's Tesla doing now? Well, short-lived, so a little pop maybe because he's going to exit his role as whatever he was at Twitter. Maybe keep an eye on this one, Cere, CERE. So there is some news on this one. Schizophrenia candidate doesn't increase blood pressure, so I guess obviously that's a good thing. Okay, so CERE, what did he get up to? Got up to 33. Maybe a break of 32 again. Might get it running again. I don't know. 67 million in the float. I'll put an alert up in this area and see if it takes it out. Okay, so my guess is that with the market doing this little bit of a bounce, some of Zach's bounce plays probably are giving a little bit anyway. Well, Cosm halted on the way up, I guess. It halted on the way up. Yeah, 788 to 955. Well, you know what? I mean, I'm going to stick an alert around 12, believe it or not. I want to see if it gets back up to these pre-market levels and see if there's enough crazy people to start trading it again. All right, ICPT, big down day, like a lot of stocks, but let's take a look at where it could go. 54. Yeah, it looks like 1320 or so is a decent support area for ICPT. Okay, thank you. You're posting that. ICPT 10% because OCA's future in Nash looks bleaker. Okay. So this is a related to MDGL, ICPT. So we've got some stocks that are moving higher in sympathy, probably the really cheaper ones, and then these ones, and this is what you just posted. Thank you for posting those things, Mr. X, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, this is getting more interesting. The VKTX. Briefly more interesting. Let's see again. It's just struggling to get right through all that. I mentioned this one just a while ago. RITM. Yeah, the next high is 883. I think I mentioned it around 840. So it's moved a little bit. Well, one more. I'm just going to keep watching this VKTX. Maybe if it takes out that 680 mark for the third time, maybe that'll get it running. There's the VWAP, guys. So it's got to hold that VWAP 632. That's far enough. That's pretty far away. Just tough for me anyway. Just trying to find something with a decent continuation trend. I mean, I guess we just should have taken this one and that's it from that pullback MDGL. My guess is that a lot of these plays from Zach's bouncers are probably on the move here with this market doing what it's doing. Well, I don't know. I know they are. For a while anyway. I mean, the market does this, a couple of green candles. We haven't seen that for a while. So let's see if this can sustain itself. You know, the Dow's actually up. SPY is flat. NAS is down just a little. I mean, here's another one, guys. The Cody COTY 826. If we can get through that, 843. I did mean Discord, yes. Talking right here in a specific stock. Mr. X is posting info. The VKTX is just too erratic. Just too erratic. in my opinion. No, ICPT guys at 13 now. What did I say was the potential support was right here? 13, like 1289 to 13 looks like it could be potential support. Again, this is anti-sympathy play with MDGL. Just keeps moving higher. It's making new high after new high after new high. Yeah, this AMRS is kind of interesting. I just look left though, and I just start seeing all these little areas where it could stall. It's not a low float either. 220 million in the float. All right, WMG. How's Paramount doing? PARA. See if the other streaming server. No, not doing well. Well, TME's been all over the place, but let me see here. 827 is the high. Looking left on the daily chart. China stock, of course. All right, so this one had the big pop in the pre-market. ASMB got up to 154, pulled all the way back to 127. There is the VWAP 140. I guess argument to be made. If it can get through the VWAP, it might have a bit of a run. Yeah, rhythm getting closer. RATM getting closer to that high. 856. Am I wrong? 870, sorry. 870 getting closer to that high of 870. That's the high looking left. Well, I keep saying that there could be some support for ICPT around 13. I may be wrong. I mean, 1280 looks like, but well, between 1280 and 13. So this is 1269 is a low there, 1285, 1284. That is the ICPT. I guess if it takes that out completely, It's almost a lifetime low, guys. Yeah, it's almost a lifetime low. This must be the lifetime low over here, 1269. Okay, so I see on the 16th, on Friday, Riley initiated coverage of this rhythm RITM with a buy and a target of 12. I don't know if that's the only reason this is moving higher. That was during the day, so that was during, I mean, that was released during market hours. Didn't really help it that much. Maybe it did. I mean, it got up to 870, but then it closed down here at 8. Maybe it's a double reaction to that upgrade. I sure wish I were. It's just out of the range I like, but one day I'm going to do one of these MBGL. Had a chance here when it pulled underneath 200. All right, guys. Well, I do want to tell you that there's a nice promo on right now. So now it is not, you won't see it on my homepage. Okay. So but you can go to my homepage. Actually, I think I can do a little bit differently to make sure this works. Okay, I think this link is going to work. Should have I tested it this morning. Christmas sale. Yes. So just give me a moment here. So there it is, guys. There is your Christmas sale for 30% off. All you have to do is click on the link there, select your subscription, and there's your promo code to use. Okay, we have the four plans, the annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium would be 2,000, standard would be 1,000. You can take the 30% off. That's a big discount. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly. You can always try us out for a month, 118, 228, less the 30%. If you decide though that you do want to take on an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 30% discount. So it's a good opportunity. You can try us out for about 30 days. And if you say, you know what, wouldn't mind having an annual, no problem. We will honor that 30%. But remember, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So obviously the attraction, if you want to, if you think the product is right for you to go annual, it just reduces your per monthly cost, obviously. And the big difference is the AI. AI has only had One alert today, that's the VKTX. Well, let's see. Let's see if later on that VKTX can do something. Yeah, there's no 18-month deal. There is no 18-month deal right now. Yeah, if you're an existing monthly customer and you want to go and take on an annual, yes, it is good. So if you're an existing monthly customer and you want to take advantage of 30% off an annual, yes. Okay, good question. Hey guys, and I did put my homepage link in also. Just want to show you the information you can find on my homepage. Click on my homepage and now again, don't use this code. Obviously, don't use that code. Use holiday 30, you'll get 30% off. But I put the other link in. But if you do click on this, get trade ideas, all you have to do is when you click on purchase and just put that code in here. Okay, put the code holiday 30. I just have to wait for my guy to change my code in here. And the other information you'll find, if you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour. Actually, it was way early today. It is CPB. Let's take a look at CPB. The trigger, I know it triggered. The trigger is 57.20, so it's a little bit above the trigger price. Probably being helped right now by the market a little bit. How you trade it is up to you. In the education section, what I've tried to do in the education section, instead of you having to go to our homepage and try to find all the interesting stuff, the good stuff, I've tried to get it all in this education section and on my homepage, of course. So you've got a user guide. There's that getting started. Have information about what an alert window is, a top list window is, and the stock racing. I think those are the three important. And afterwards, you can look at sound alerts and price alerts, etc. Don't get overwhelmed by what's in the user guide. It's like any other user guide, a lot of information that is not necessarily relevant to your style of trading, or you don't have to know everything. But certainly alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. And today is Monday, so I take a break between 12 and 1, and Chris Farley will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, taking over for me. Not sure there are going to be any webinars this week, but you can sign up for them all right here. Just, you'll be notified when they are. More educational videos here. Back to basics, Michael Noss. Some of you might know Michael. He'll be in the YouTube room on Tuesday. Put this together if you're brand new to trading. I think this is an excellent resource for you. Free introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And last, my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, here are the two races that you see. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. I've already said we have a lot of halts resumes. You'll hear me reference Sachs bouncers and toppers. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. So again, if you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my link. Room will get credit. Remember, don't use this promo code. Use the holiday 30. You'll get 30% off. And of course, if you save my link, you have access to my scans at any time and all the education. CCL, I don't know. Let's see. Take a look at CCL. Yeah, look at the daily chart. I'm sure if you look at NCLH and RCL, they're going to look very, very much the same. Yeah, the cruisers are just, I can't get excited about them at all. Take a look at NCLH. Yeah, same thing, and RCL. The three big ones anyway that I know of. RCL through the 200-day moving average. Well, guys, so much for ICPT holding that 1280. So now we're at an all-time low, basically an all-time low for ICPT. And VKTX cannot, yeah, well, I shouldn't say forget about it, but certainly forget about it now. It's having a tough time getting back to that 680 level. So this candle is wiping out all the gains of the last 30 minutes. So we're on our way down again. No, well, there were some that thought Tesla would have a bit of a pop today, just if he stuck to his guns and said, "Yeah, okay, the people have spoken. I'm going to dethrone myself as the head of Twitter." I don't know. Anybody reading if he's actually going to do it? Because I thought, okay, if he does that, then he will be able to devote more time to Tesla and get its ship right. But that isn't happening. Well, not leave it, but put the reins into somebody else to actually run it day to day. I don't mean leave it. I don't mean like sell it. I'm just saying instead of getting on Twitter every day and doing whatever the heck he's doing, put it back in the hands of somebody else to run it. All right, guys, I am looking at a couple of things here, but I just don't see any sort of continuation for some of the small ones that usually can give us a bit of a trade, but I'm just not seeing big continuation. Now, you might want to take a look at CERE. It is approaching 32 again. It's up 20%. And there was news on this one, nothing to do with the MDGL. This is different different drug. Oh, ICPT now, guys, just really, really giving it up. Sure it is, PJ, and but of course Elon is a very special case. Boy, this is just getting crushed here, this ICPT. Well, you know what? Where is the next low for Tesla? Wow. I mean, this is, I mean, there's nothing holding this up right now, is there? I have to go to the monthly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting here, but the monthly chart, the next lows are 126. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many drugs it's got in its pipeline, but I guess it's Nash. I mean, I don't know enough about this stuff, but this is what Feuerstein or Stein tweeted, because I guess their way of looking at Nash looks bleaker. So investors really want Intercept to ditch Nash or just ditch Nash altogether and focus on the approved. See, this is all, I don't know anything, and I don't, no expert in any of this, okay? But evidently, that's what's happening. Sure, it's been alerted on Zach Scan many times, but you know, it keeps making a new low. So now there may be some, because it says 0.3%, there may be some low way down here that I'm not aware of, but I mean, I persuaded myself not to take that trade because I thought 1280 might hold it. But you know, obviously I was wrong. Wow. AMC under 5 now. What's the all-time low for this? I mean, it's getting close to a lifetime low for AMC. Okay, so Tesla had a little pop. Let's see what it does at 50. If it gets rejected by 50, 150, sorry, 150 again. Okay, well, let's see. Tesla is still underneath 150. I'm actually considering it, guys, believe it or not. Maybe a 148 break gets me in it as a short. Not, don't usually do that, but I think trying to maybe get one of these higher priced ones that are moving down as opposed to trying to find these little guys that are just chopping around. I mean, VKTX, look at this. I mean, look good, seriously. I mean, 3 times it got up to that 680 level, 3 times, and just got stalled. Yeah, Randy, I think on the gear, scrolling it down, I think on the gear, if you find that gear, I think it says, I can't remember how to do this anymore, but detach the chat. It's one of these options. Oh, always scroll to the bottom. There it is. Always scroll to the bottom. For some reason, I don't have to check it. But can you see on my screen? For some reason, I don't have to check it and it does scroll to the bottom all the time. So can you see that? So let me do it again. Oops. Okay, so if you can see on my screen, there is a gear over here. Click on the gear, and when you do, this little menu pops up, and always scroll to the bottom. But as you notice, I don't have it checked, and it's never been an issue for me for some reason. Here's another one. Just it's a real cheap one. How does CACO do? You know what? I mean, it's been chopping around, but here's another one. I forgot to click on it. Mag. Silver, okay, silver core through the so through 15, that's nice. The 200-day moving average is at 14, so it's got some room to the 200-day. So there's silver. Silver has actually been at now. This is of course is as a company, but silver compared to gold has actually outperformed over the last little while. But it's like nothing is safe now. Rent that high flyer after earnings for a few days, but now it is starting to give it up. RENT giving up 3. This could be it for a while anyway. This is not. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, this is shortable for me. Give me a moment, please. Okay, whoa, look at Summit, guys. Look at Summit. Now there's a bright light here. SMMT. Bit of a bright light. I mean, it's kind of holding. It's been very active over the last few days, of course, ever since December the 6th when it popped up, got all the way up to 454. So, I mean, it's holding four again. I hope nobody stuck in that VKTX, guys. I mean, here's your clue three times trying to get through 680. Well, a bit of a clue anyway, three times trying to get through 680 and just could not do it. Now look at it. This was shortable for me too. I never even thought to look. Lots of shares too, 2.2 million shares for VKTX at Interactive Broker. So this is very wildly shortable at most brokerages. 47 million shares, 67 million in the float, so it'll easily trade the float today. But all right, Mr. Tesla getting close to that 148 level again. All right, one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So I'm seeing, yeah, some of the things from Zach's scanner, but they worked here. A lot of them worked right there on that in that 30-minute stretch where the market did put a bounce in. But look at this, the market is just really giving it up again. All right. So somebody's put a $27 price target on EPIX, trying to pump this up. Come on, Elon or Tesla, get below 148. Yeah, Summit. I mean, this is compared to a lot of the other stocks, guys. At least it has had a nice trend. I don't know how long it's going to continue, but SMMT, the high is over here at 452 or so. 450 actually, 450. All right, I got to put a pencil there for Tesla. 148, just a little above 148. See if it gets back down there. We have these topping tails. I mean, the buyers have been trying. But the sellers keep knocking it down. BBW, this was a nice earnings play. When I actually swung for about a day, maybe two. I can't remember anymore. It was a nice earnings play, but it is succumbing also. An earnings play here. I mean, this was an earnings play on the 30th November, and it had a nice run. Was kind of holding through all the market turmoil, but even it now. All right, Tesla. I believe I'm putting a price alert for Tesla. And Amazon, this is one that I was going to swing, guys. I was actually going to swing Amazon. I thought Amazon, if they didn't correctly, I thought it was going to hold 100 back on this day here, right there. I thought, okay, it's going to hold 100 like Meta did and kind of maybe take a bit of a run, but not even close. Look at Amazon. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen. Oh, this is KA. So this is a what is a new issue today? Completes a reverse merger. Okay, so this was a SPAC, I guess. No, it was not a SPAC. Okay, so this was trading as humanity. All right, so KA. Yeah, but look, even Summit guys. I mean, what did it get to? Got up to four, right up to that level, right? 450. It got almost there, 443, and then it just said nope. Now it's come right back down. Look at EH. Wow. All right, guys, I got about a 150 stop for the Tesla. I want to see if this, this is new territory for me underneath that 148. So $2 stop, see what happens. I mean, in theory, I'm trying to get 4 out of it, but I mean, I'm not going to go crazy. Okay, VKTX, bit of a bounce here, guys. VKTX, just a bit of a bounce, but not much. But not much. I don't think. First of all, there's the VWAP. I guess a case could be made if it takes out the VWAP, which is, as we speak, 631. Maybe it gets rolling again, but it's pretty erratic. But I'll stick an alert at the VWAP area. Yeah, I'm going to reduce my stop to 149. I would never wait for 150 for the Tesla. Right. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, just go on Twitter and see all the nonsense about Ape and AMC and oh my gosh. Again, I just feel for the people that got sucked into this at 10 and held listening to all these tweets. 68 cents now. AMC, where the big hope was when Avatar came out this weekend, that was going to be it. That was going to launch AMC. Yikes. And GME, they all disappear. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just internal stuff. Boy, it's just pretty tough to commit to doing anything long, guys. All right, so IMMX, I mean, okay, it's got next high looking left is 250 or so. 252 is the next high looking left. It's over it's right at the VWAP basically. 201 is the VWAP. It's over the 200-day moving average. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of area could get into, but wow, there's going to be a Mrs. Zach. Good for you. I'm not going to call her Mrs. Level 2, but congratulations. Oh man, I wish this UPLD, wish I had a straight shot right down to that low of $6 or so. It's got a little bit of little Perhaps some support at all these little areas on the daily chart. Perhaps. All right, guys, keep an eye on ZYME. ZYME, maybe it's trying to curl up here. Problem is the VWAP, okay? 749 is the VWAP. It's at 722 right now. It did get to the VWAP, and then it sort of got turfed down. But you know what? I'm just going to stick an alert around that area and see if it takes it out. I think this is another one of those. No, this is on its own. This is another drug. It's nothing to do with MDGL. On the move, guys, a little bit on the move, and the histogram is showing some nice buying patterns here, candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. Excuse me, the VWAP is around 749, so getting closer. Did hit in the pre-market, hit $10, so this has has a chance. 58 million in the float, 11 times normal volume right now. All right, well, could this be one that wants to keep moving for a while? Again, there's the VWAP 749. I would let it take that VWAP out for sure and see how it performs at the VWAP. If it gets rejected, this could turn into a short. Not very many shorts at Interactive Brokers, 15,000, but the histogram is kind of pointing into a bullish situation. You know what, guys? I got rid of that Tesla short. It's probably not going to be dynamic enough for me. So basically flat. It's right at that 148 level. God. You think you could go long and BYSI? Well, I talked about it earlier. It's definitely it's had an unbelievable run. Depends what you mean by going long, though. Are you talking about intraday or just holding it, or because it's been, a little bit choppy? I mean, it got up to 279 and then back down to 246, depending where you're going to put a stop. That's a pretty big percentage move. I think three could be tough to get through. But let's back it out on a weekly chart and see what we see in terms of any sort of resistance. I see 306 back here and 332, so 306, etc. That's back in February. So the three could be tough to get through. Look at all these topping tails and I mean, it depends where you put a stop. If you're talking about an intraday trade, you're going to have to put some pretty wide stops because it's still pretty whippy. That's the only thing I can see about this one. Yeah, the VWAP is 1024 for COSM, COSM. Lots and lots of halts resumes today, guys, again. So there's the KA halted. Ooh, look at this though. Halted at 693 and the projected, now this can change, of course, is 5 open. It can change in a heartbeat, but I mean, if you're in this one here and you're looking at this, you're going, uh-oh. Bounce plays, well, I'm sure you were listening, well, if you were listening to me, William, I mean, the bounce plays for about 30 minutes probably did okay, on that, because we had a lot of bounce plays. And then from 9:45 to 10:15, so about that 30-minute run, some of those bounce plays would have worked for a while. I was hoping we'd get maybe a $2 or $3 or $4 move on Tesla. MDGL. Yeah, I mean, now, yeah, 234. See, that's what I wanted Tesla to do, something like that. It still might. I mean, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But well, here's the big deal for this. I mean, that's you're giving up quite a bit. But 188 is the that looks like could be a support area. And again, look at the float, guys. 12 million in the float for a now $200 stock. That is crazy low. Tesla looks like it is going to take out that 147 now, guy. I'm not in it anymore, but Well, looky here. ICPT did actually have a bounce off 12. It did actually have a bounce off 12. Certainly not with the market. It's just kind of, some bottom fishers saying, okay, enough is enough for a while anyway for the ICPT. All right, guys, I'll be taking a break at about noon and about 27 minutes from now, between 12 and 1. Chris should be in our YouTube room. I'm just going to confirm that. Ugh, market on another. Guess I should have held my Tesla short. Now that the market's doing this. Another one near an all-time low, guys, UPLD. Now I have this on the weekly chart. Wanted to see where this, yeah, I mean, 630 is the next low looking left on a weekly chart for UPLD. And the answer is yes. Chris will be in our YouTube room at noon. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, both rooms. If you want to head over and listen to Chris for an hour in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That had myself on mute, but you know what? This afternoon could be a different story. Maybe some of these things that are just kind of resting, some of these smaller, cheaper ones that we saw in the pre-market, maybe they'll get going in the afternoon a little bit. I mean, this SLNO, I know DAC has been trying to trade this. I mean, there's the VWAP, 135. It keeps trying to get through this VWAP. 156 is the high here. 169 is the high in the pre-market. Did have some news. This could have a bounce. I mean, CENX, I mean, the next low looking left is 7, and the next high up here is 8. So, I mean, if the market, but if the market keeps doing this, as William said, bounce plays, I mean, you may get some even when the market's doing something like this, but they probably won't bounce that much. I mean, that's the yeah, I'm interested. I have got this thumbnail, this COSM. I got a thumbnail. Crazy, crazy, crazy one. And there is the VWAP, 1023. So when you're saying the fail of the VWAP, you mean the fail of the VWAP holding it down. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Okay, well, the SEER was short-lived. I'm not going to beat myself up too much about it. SEER was CERE was short-lived. Would have given me about $1.50, but wow, Tesla now. Why am I not in it anymore? Now this is really starting to break down. I do like that idea though, to close them on the VWAP not holding it down, just because traders are going to be looking at what happened on Friday. That's what it's all about. And they've done they've done their financing and at what was the price? 1150, was it 1150 or it's a warrant? And even though you were able to short it, I don't think there are very many who can short COSM. So there won't be widespread shorts available for COSM. I'm talking to Zach, of course. Oh, look at this now, guys. Through 20 GME. So this is now basically one half. This is when they did 1 for 4 reverse split. Okay, that's basically that is reverse split adjusted. And so it is almost one half. I mean, at some point, the people who are talking about GME and AMC and the evil shorters, at some point, it has to be recognized that these are failing companies. It's that simple. All right, guys. So Zyme did not take out that VWAP. Excuse me. Yeah, I just don't think it's widespread. Oh, excuse me, that blew my nose. Widespread for the COSM and many brokers. That's all. At Centerpoint, yeah, but probably not for very many brokers. But yeah, I mean, if it takes out that VWAP and starts to run, you never know what could happen. So that's why I have a price alert up in that area and see what happens. Highly risky, but it'll be something to do, maybe. I mean, Sear could even be a short now, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP 3171. So let's see if it takes out the VWAP. I'm going to stick an alert around 3132 and see if it falls from there. All I can say, Robert, I mean, I have no other information about Interactive Brokers in terms of pricing other than what's going to be on their pricing page. But I think I have it. I think I pay about $10 a month for for everything I need, something like that. I haven't looked for 6 years. That's the issue. You need real-time data, of course. Whether you want time and sales and level two, I mean, that's going to be up to you. But I can't give you any other information other than what's on their website, of course. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, this is sort of interesting. I see what you're saying, Mac. The Ampex is on the move. The issue, of course, is not very much volume. But what was the high of Friday? 836, so it's above that high, and the next high looking left is 970. Your issue though is going to be the volume, not very much volume, zero point 0.2 relative volume. So, it's just not trading that much. Okay, guys, this UPLD to me is a little bit interesting. 683. Shoot. 683 is the next high looking left. 696, 683. I thought it was above. I thought that was above the current price. Because otherwise, I thought 630 was the next low looking left, which would have been okay if you get in around 695. Only $4. Well, that's US, but still only $4. And don't they have some kind of a rebate if I don't know, if you trade, I don't know, 30 trades a month or something? Oh, plus the $10. I see. Thank you, Pepe. Don't you get something back though if you trade 30 times a month or a certain dollar amount? Guys, Lian here, Lian. It's kind of interesting, kind of breaking out here. It got a high of 206 in the pre-market. Maybe a little bit interesting. I mean, it's over the VWAP. Where's that VWAP? 153. So it's over the VWAP. But will we have any sort of continuation? And you look left, yeah. I mean, it hit a high of 2 in the pre-market, but now looking left on the daily chart, we've got 163, 163, 167. I don't see any specific news on it. All right, guys, that's LNO actually having a nice little move now. Pre-market, it's at the market high. Pre-market high is 168. It's been very active. It's won a bunch of races. And it's BYSI. It's just doing its thing, guys. I mean, it's very choppy. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it's quite choppy. Ooh, 11:52 already, so I could get ready for Chris to be in our YouTube room soon. Yeah, it looks like the webinars are all canceled this week, guys. And obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but next week too. Looks like it. I wish I was selling my Tesla short. Doggone it. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so that if you want to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1 when Chris is there. Dividend growth. Not sure, but I can check to see what we have for dividends. I don't think so, but let me just take a look at what we have for dividends. Okay. So here's dividend. Yeah, I don't think the growth. No, it will not show the growth. It'll just whatever that dividend is. I know Chris has been. Chris will be in the YouTube room in momentarily. I know he's been playing around with trying to do stuff with dividends, but I'm just looking here. I can't see how we can show growth. Okay, Leonardo. Um, Office hours canceled. Is the office hours? I have webinar office hours with trade ideas has been canceled. However, it does say Monday, November 23rd from 2 to 3. Well, it looks like it's been canceled well, I don't understand this email. It says Monday, November 23rd to January 16th. You see, this is what it's saying. So that's what I saw. Welcome, Nate. Well, I'll tell you what, Chris will be in the room in about 2 minutes, okay? So he can probably answer that question in terms of the AI. I'm just getting set to take my break, okay? Back around 1 p.m. ET. Well, guys, if you can handle it's kind of whippy, but Summit SMMT again over 4 through the VWAP again 398. Did hit a high of VKTX came back, guys. VKTX is coming back through the VWAP, so this could have a run now. Gonna be on a break, but this could have a run. I had my alert set right at the VWAP. So again, this afternoon this afternoon it's almost upon us. We could start to get some of these ones that were really active in the pre-market, maybe having their moves again, and maybe a little bit more sustained. It looks like it's a no. All I know is that Chris has been trying to put together something to do with dividends, but it may not be about dividend growth. Okay. But there's certainly no filter that says, for dividend growth. And there he is.
And here I am.
You have been, I missed you on Sunday morning after 7 o'clock my time and watching the World Cup. And just give me one moment. I'm just going to mute myself in the other rooms, okay?
Of course.
Okay, guys, so Chris is there now. I'm going to mute myself. And there we go. Yeah, I missed you.
I said my Slack has to be fairly blown up at the moment to the person I was with. Especially after they tied the game.
Right.
The two of us, I was at a bar. I don't know how familiar you are with New York City, but I was at a bar very near Times Square.
I know
And
exactly where Times Square is.
okay, perfect. It's got near Bryant Park, by part of Times Square.
Okay.
And the two of us, like in the minute 70th, because we got to there at 9 o'clock my time, and had something to eat, and I was enjoying non-alcoholic Heinekens. And so I was
Right.
getting tired from filling myself up in the 70th minute or so when it was 2-0. And the next thing I know, that penalty happened to make it 2-1. And I'm like, this game just changed a lot. And then obviously 90 seconds later, it was tied up, and
Exactly.
I was no longer tired, to say the least.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
That's
and
maybe
then
one of the better of any sport I've ever seen in terms of excitement.
you can't get
Any
any more
game.
than that. I mean,
Yeah.
2-2 go to extra time. And then you have, the two people that are most coveted on both teams, score in extra time, at the end,
Exactly.
and with minutes, literally minutes left in extra time to send it to
Yeah.
penalties. And yeah, just wild. And then
I
went
still think
to,
though, I still think though that for that final game, I understand the concept of maybe okay during the tournament having the penalties, but I think for the final game, let them go until they drop. I mean, seriously. No, I mean,
I'm all
there's no
for it.
other games afterwards, so let them go till they drop. Somebody's gonna score. I just hate those penalties, but hey,
Yeah, I'm all for it. And France, look, France lost a penalty in 2006 against Italy, and then now
yeah,
here again. And France, I think, was without a question, I think, a better team than Italy was in 2006. I'm sure people argue against that, and I like the
hmm,
Italian team. I just think I'm very unbiased
right.
about it. I just think that France had a little bit of a better team that year, but it didn't matter in the end. That's the PKs, decided it. I think, without going too long into all this, I mean, I think Argentina was a
It's more
slightly
fun than the
better
market.
team. Well, I mean, I'm all done. I had SMMT and BYSI at some very nice prices earlier, and so
Oh,
my day
good.
is
Okay.
done. But I think that individual effort by Mbappe for some reason, for 75 minutes that game, he was non-existent, and then all of a sudden, he single-handedly took over that entire
Oh
game
yeah.
for the next 70 minutes or 60 55 minutes,
Yeah.
whatever it was. I mean, and single-handedly put them back on top. I know that there were other guys that were involved in some of the playmaking, but all of a sudden Argentina had to change everything they had done that entire game because he came alive, and it changed how they were playing offense. It changed how they were playing defense. I mean, he single-handedly changed that
Oh
game
yeah.
over that last 50 something minutes. So I just really incredible, really, really quite
Really changed
incredible.
too when they got rid of when they pulled Dia Maria. Every
Di
time
Maria.
the guy
Yeah.
was saying, I was saying Tia Maria. Every time.
Yeah.
And luckily they put his name on. Oh, it's Di Maria.
Yeah, well, I watched him because I used to live in Argentina. I had been watching him since he was in, really, really young in the Argentinian leagues before he even got made it to the international stage.
Right.
Always very big on him. And then just in the international stage, he was always injured. Like every time the World Cup came around, he was injured.
Mm.
And he got his moment yesterday, and at his age, I think they thought
Oh,
his
he
legs were
was he
done.
was
But I agreed,
awesome.
he was the big playmaker, and he was
Oh,
a complete menace for them on
yeah.
that left wing in the first half. And I said every single game Scaloni made a change at 65th minute. I said, this is a stupid change. And I held to it yesterday too. I said, this is a dumb change. So
Hmm.
why change what got you to the point that you're at right now? Don't defend the lead, add to the lead. But
I
anyways,
think
here we are.
I think they were thinking French was so putrid at that time that nothing would have mattered, but obviously that changed. We better let people talk
Yes.
about this is trading, okay?
Yes. Yes. So,
So I'll put
apologize,
myself on
everyone.
mute now. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
I made the
Bye.
swap, and I'll see you in a little bit, Barry.
Okay.
Take care. So sorry for that little bit of distraction there, World Cup final, all that stuff. So let's get back to the business of it. Nate Torres, I'm new to the channel. I see that Hollier has good track record based on this, tracking every suggested. Morning. So essentially, Holly is at her core an alert window here. Let me get out my drawing tool for you and go right down in line. All right, sorry, let me pull these. I just realized that the audio went out on me. I'm sorry. So, all right, first let me do this and start where I was. This is a video I did on Holly here, and you can watch at your own time. I'll go over other stuff now live. In this video, the only thing that is different in this video about Holly then and Holly now is Holly used to be in 4 different channels. We have what we call channel bars. If I go to new, let me bring over channel bar. In this channel, Holly used to be in 4 separate channels. She's now just in 1. The reason for it was that different people had hands in different parts of Holly being made, okay? And so at that time, we left it separate because of that. At the end, Holly's just an alert window. And, we're not going to separate Holly out. There's 60-something strategies within Holly. We're not going to separate out into 60 different windows. That doesn't make any sense. Also, some of the strategies just rarely ever fire based on backtesting and optimizing. So Holly's now just in one window. Take a look at that video, after I wrap up here and I go over a few things, and that may clarify some stuff. Holly each day will send out, she'll alert in real time anything that meets her strategy criteria. Today, there just happens to be one that met. That's it. That's not typical one. Generally, I'll say it's 3 to 6. You could see 8 or 9 some days. You can see 1 some days, but I'd say 3 to 6 alerts, generally speaking, is what you'll find with Holly. All right, I was showing history here the last 30 days, and I have it filtered based on what we call moderate profit. Moderate profit means this. Holly gets into a trade, and the only 2 things that get her out is she either a stop gets hit, and that kills the trade, or she holds it to the end of the day, and that's it, and it's a sell on the end of day type of hold. And we could see, I have it filtered green to red, so here's a lot of what's green went on, here's a lot of red what's went on, and that's over the last 30 days, all right? That's one form of filtering for Holly win and loss. The other is conservative mode. All right. In conservative mode, there isn't just a stop loss or end of the day selling. In conservative mode, we have what we call a profit save here. Your exit reasons will always be conservative mode also. So we have a profit save, which is like a trailing stop. We have target hits in conservative mode. We have a timed exit, which is a slightly different. It exits slightly before market close usually. We have what we call a reduced risk here, meaning that the trade wasn't working. And so instead of sticking around for a stop loss, we're just going to cut the trade short. Again, that's in the conservative mode of Holly. And those are the 2 main risk ones. We have what we call an aggressive. And for those that ever think that aggressive is better, Aggressive means just taking the trade and never selling it. So number one, marrying a stock, not trading it. Number two, trading with no stop loss, which isn't trading, it's gambling. If you want to gamble, go to Las Vegas, go to Reno, go to Foxwoods, go on a Mississippi riverboat. Gambling is gambling. Trading is risk management. If you are not managing your risk with a stop loss, you are not trading. You are gambling. You have no purpose in the stock market. And I know it's harsh, but that is the reality of trading. So for whatever reason, the people in charge want to show aggressive profit. Maybe it's to scare people, because that's what would have happened in the last 30 days if you took every Holly trade and just held on to it and married it. You'd be down $6,000 right now. So, there's purposes behind Holly and the risk management that goes into it. And it's best to be thought of as a human and machine combination, just not a machine. Anybody that thinks, I'll just turn Holly on and she's going to trade for me for the day, and then I can run out, I can drop the kids at school, stop at the bank, go play a round of 18 holes and have lunch with the boys, and then I can pick the kids up at school and count my money. If that's what you're looking for, that does not exist. That exists nowhere on this planet, least of all Holly. But someone that understands some technical analysis, understands risk management, might, get a Holly alert and say, geez, I like the alert, I like the stock, I like the chart, but maybe I don't agree with Holly's stop loss. I think the stop loss should be up more, or stop loss should be down more. Or, I'm going to take the trade with Holly and manage it completely on my own, and Holly's up in money on this trade, and then all of a sudden she's starting to give it back. Let me exit that trade before she gives too much back, before I give too much back. And that is the best way to use Holly, human and machine. It covers a general overall view. Again, there's more that I've gone over in that video. So again, check that out. It's a very fast overview of it, I know, but let me know if you have other questions pertaining to Holly outside of what I've just covered. And again, I'll go over those the best that I can. So yeah, there's all that. So again, anybody with questions, let me know. Otherwise, we could dive into some other stuff around the market. I had someone that was asking me questions about options in our chat. I don't see them asking questions here. All right, perhaps they left the chat and they couldn't to join us here. All right, I'm guessing no one has questions for me at the moment. We could do a little dive around the market here. Let me just put this back on real time. No sense in having that sitting there like that. Market doing, more than less. What was generally the consensus by people out there, including myself, and a whole lot of nothing. Chop, 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 slop, slop, slop. We had a bit of a trend that was happening here on the daily chart here off that bottom. We've since broken that trend back up again. We could relate it to, that's not what I want that to look like. Could relate that to kind of what happened here. All right, so very, very, typical bear market action that's going on here, number one. Number two, though, we haven't taken out a low again, although it took us a long time before we took out that low back here from June. And we can continue to draw a beautiful trend line right across here. I know my lines aren't perfect, but I think, we have a general idea of what I'm trying to show here. Also, no line is perfect. Think of them as spongy zones. Dividends. What about dividend? Chris, is there a way to see dividend growth? For dividends, we don't have a ton in here. I'll show you know in search. If we go to the search on anything, we just have this dividend filter here. Never mind, this was something I was experimenting with a custom filter, but it's nothing. So that's what we have for dividends. We're more of a technical based software. I mean, we do have a good amount of fundamental data here, but that's going to be it on dividends. So whatever their last reported was is going to be here for you there, Leonardo. So we don't have anything forward looking. We're not comparing dividends to past and growth and things like that, unfortunately. I am someone who's getting into dividends, but I'm doing it, through separate avenues mostly. What I'm looking for is, stocks that, are healthy companies that have always paid a dividend and, continue to grow that dividend over time and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, that's not something we really have here built in within the software. You're welcome, Leonardo. I do couple what I'm trying to do with trade ideas. And then, from there, when I get the stocks that I like, that meet some dividend criteria I'm looking at, then I do start to break out the trade ideas charts and a few other things, different position and ranges with lifetime and range, 2-year range, 1-year range, things like that to see where the stock has been trading over the last couple of years and how healthy that chart is overall, because, you don't want to end up with a quote unquote healthy dividend stock and that get GE'd, where GE was obviously a monster for 100 years as a stock. And then all of a sudden in 2008, the whole thing collapsed, and while this, the company's still around, the stock still trades. That would not have been great to own GE at those high prices and ride it all the way down, regardless of the dividend. Same concept with a Boeing. Imagine you're in a stock like Boeing, from let's say 2005 on, and you've got a dividend from them and you're reinvesting it and so on and so forth. But all of a sudden that stock price up at $450, you'd be a fool not to take some of that money. At least I would be a fool. Maybe you wouldn't be a fool. I feel like I would personally be a fool had I not taken some of that money, taking the capital gains hit, so be it, reinvest against some of that money, but taking some of that out and putting it to work in other places. I mean, again, these things will also depend on people's time frames and their duration of exposure to the market and things like that. I have an account with Charles Schwab, self-directed 401k. So I do some research in there for some dividend research, Leonardo. I would suspect that whoever your broker is, you could certainly do some kind of research in there, whether it's Fidelity or anybody like that. So that's the direction I would point you to, that dividend look. And then from there, there's a lot of different data points if you want to apply some technicals to it. Obviously, a lot of data points within here to apply those technicals for that longer term look. I think, speaking again, coming from a personal place, I started off in trading several years ago because I still consider myself very new. I'm under a decade in finance, but I started off wanting, like everybody else, day trade, and day trading is my job and so on and so forth. I learned that I was not great at day trading very early. I went to swing trading, had much more success in swing trading. I came back and started revisiting day trading really the very, very beginning, January this year, because of our race feature. And I found more success in day trading than I had in the past. Now, part of that, I think, is because I had better risk management, better plans, better tools, and better understanding of what risk management is versus trading. And that's why I've had more success my second time around day trading. I've actually kind of moved away from swing trading, as it's been a very hard swing trading market environment. Not saying I haven't done any, but I didn't do any swing trading for a good 4 or 5 month period, came back to it. And now I'm trying to add to it this very long-term investment style with a little technical flair to it. But the longer the time frame gets, it changes how I'm using the technicals. It changes how I use the software. So those are some different things that I can, share from my own personal experience. The shorter the time frame, without any question, the more technical everything is and almost no fundamentals. The longer the time frame, the more fundamentals come into it. And I won't say it's less technicals, but the technicals become more long-term based. Obviously, when I'm looking at something that I might be holding for a day, it's going to be different than something I'm holding for a week, a month, a decade, so on and so forth. So hopefully that kind of helps not just you, but anybody else that's listening here. And again, questions, if you need me to elaborate on any of that, let me know and I'll do the best I can to elaborate on those items. If not, I'll dive back into some more general market talk. Right, so I'll head into some more overall market talk, unless anybody else has any, unless you have a follow up there, Leonardo. Anybody else has follow ups or anything like that. So yeah, I think very typical bear market behavior. I said, and I it's not like I have some special insight, and this. I think a lot of people are in agreement of this, but it was my belief that once we hit, the latter part of the fall here and after Thanksgiving, latter part of November, that we would mostly just kind of chop around and slop. And of course, I took a lot of heat when this day happened here in that big green and, oh, you're a fool and the market's going to break out and you're missing out on the next bull run and And, some people said some not so nice things to me in some emails and on Twitter. Happens. Trolls are out there. Since they all attacked me, this has happened. And, I said I thought we would chop around in between 380-ish and 420-ish. I think 420 is kind of more up here. We never quite made it to 420. We just about tagged 380 down here. Could we fall further than that? I don't see why we couldn't. Do we make new lows before the year or test those lows before the year ends? I kind of highly doubt it. I mean, there's only a few trading days left in the year at this point. Anything's possible. Obviously, anything's possible. I'm not net short the market or anything like that. So I'm obviously not putting my money there to make that bet. So that's kind of that. I think, chop and slop around into the first week of the year, the first trading week of the year. And then, we're technicians that live in a fundamental world, if the fundamentals of the overall market are just that bad, and you keep hearing talk about recession and and all that, obviously the market's not gonna take well to that. Although I read something yesterday, someone said this is going to be the most anticipated priced in recession of all time, which I guess is right. I mean, I don't really read the news, but every time I turn on Twitter, someone recession this, recession that. So. I won't overly concern myself with any of that. What I do is I look, I'm a trend trader. I'm going to look for trends. Right now, we don't have a very well-defined trend in the short term. We do have a defined trend in the long term. And again, that defined trend in the long term is this here. Nope, not what I wanted. That long-term defined trend is going to be this one here. I think it's a pretty well-defined long-term trend happening right now. Short-term trend, we're moving sideways. We'll see, if we can get back up and get a little more on it to bust through this time, the next time it heads up to that and get us an uptrend, right? Maybe an uptrend more looks like this coming up to us. I don't know, but that's what I'm waiting for, is a trend like that. And see if we can't get maybe a long-term symmetrical triangle that looks like that. And I'd love a bull market and look like that. I'd love to find some longer buying opportunities in the overall market in that regard. WT knows the regular trading room's open. I literally had logged into it 2 minutes ago. So it's without a question open. I'll relog into it right now just to double check unless something happened in literally the last 2 minutes because someone else had mentioned it to me back channel. Yep. Logged in. So it's absolutely running. And just for, oops, where did you go, room? There it is. So here it is. The other trading room is absolutely running. There's Barry's screen on mute back around 1 Eastern. So it's without a question running here. Just log in with this here. And remember, it's you got to be logged into the the account management page as well on the website to get the pass through essentially. Are people getting smarter at playing market on average? I don't know about smarter. I would say that people are better equipped and educated now. Understand it's a rigged game out there. I mean, there's no question that we could define rigged in so many different ways, but the bottom line is, there are people out there that can, individuals and individual institutions that can move the market with literally a press of the button. There's all kinds of algos out there reading news and, send the market flying one way or the other with the publish of a headline and so on and so forth. But so I think people are more hip and more wise to that. They're more in touch with these things and they're better managing on a shorter time frame. However, I don't know that all those people are managing on a shorter time frame with good risk management. I think the sooner people understand that you are not a trader, you're a risk manager, and how to define being a risk manager, that's when they get more success. I would say the day trading success fail rate is the same as it's ever been, 90 whatever % fail rate, unfortunately. Did that, WT knows, let me know if that worked. I mean, that should work for you, that link. I don't see, as long as you're logged into the pass-through page on the website, let me know. But I think that that's where people get a misconception is that, trading is just buy a stock. Okay, well, you bought it. Now what? Or trading is just, I got to have a scanner. All right, well, you got a scanner. Now what? The scan is showing you stock, breaking out, volume, moving up. You bought it. Now what? Now what do you do? How do you manage the winner? How do you manage if it's a loser? That's where risk management comes in. I manage my risk to the downside. I'm managing my risk to the upside. So I think the sooner people get that, the sooner they will find a chance at success anyways. Obeying it will be the other part of it, of course. For me, I had a set of rules and risk management and things like that at a point, after losing for a long time, what I consider long time relative to my exposure to the market. But I didn't follow some of those rules. And I, continued to lick wounds up until I started really saying, okay, I got the risk management down and the risk management seems to work if I follow it, but I don't really know because I haven't been following it. And then all of a sudden, following it, that's where that kind of came into. So those are the things that I would point out. And part of that risk management is defining your time horizon on a trade. You don't enter a trade with a day time horizon and then change it into a swing trading, unless that is part of what you're doing, saying, all right, I entered on a day trade. If it gets to this point or this point, if it doesn't get to either of those, I still like it on a daily time horizon. Then that becomes part of what you're doing. But if you enter a trade surely based on a day intraday time horizon, changing the game plan, you don't, those foxhole prayers, oh, please get me out of this one and I'll never do it again. Well, foxhole prayers, when you're constantly making foxhole prayers like that, they're going to equal your account being chopped away, whether slowly or quickly. That'll be determined by you. Worked. All right, perfect. Excellent to know that, WT knows. So yeah, and you can find that on the regular, anywhere on one of our pages here. Whether you're on the education page or the main home page, that trading, I came from this right here, this link right here. So copy link address. That's what I used right there. Also, if you try to load the same pass through that you had logged in from the previous day, not this link, but like you reload the link after you're into the room, it makes you re-authenticate every day. So that'll give you a block on that side too. So that might've been what was happening to you. but hard to know without it seeing exactly the steps you were doing. Peter, I think it's getting clear. Change 20 per SMA 15 minutes is last 24 hours. If SLN knows says 72%, that's telling me 72% up in the last 24 hours. The change 20 on a 15-minute chart just means you're going to take the last 20 candles and you're going to take the closing price on the last 20 candles, add them together, and divide them by 20. That's what that means, Peter. So the 20 SMA here on a 15-minute chart, I can zoom in because I'll probably get 20 candles even if I zoom in. It's taking, because this candle's open, so this candle doesn't count. Right now, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So if we went back to the 1:45 p.m. candle Eastern time on the SPY right now, and we took the close on every one of those candles from here to here, if we took those closes, added them all together, the closing price on each one of those, and divided them by 20, that's the 20 SMA. We are not 75% above that. So I don't know, or 72% above that. So I don't know where the 72% you're getting from on a 20-minute, 15-minute, a 20, 15-minute SMA. But that's how an SMA works. Whatever the SMA is itself, you take that many candles of the period being 15 minutes on this. Probably no way to really tell on that. I would say the relative volume is increasing. I would say that the trend would define. So the trend is down. So I'd say an increasing relative volume on this right now. Outside of it breaking the downtrend would be selling volume. I mean, if we look at this clearly here, let's look at a couple things. Yes, some of these green days are bigger than the red days, but look, swath of red, green, swath of red, green. Now you've got it kind of evenly mixed out here. You got a kind of an even batch here, to be honest, or leaning a little more green, but that's just overall volume in general anyways. And the overall volume is declining also. So generally volume, it confirms trend minus major spikes. So right here would be a spike and would indicate a change in trend, a big spike like that. So look, we had a little trend up, spike, change in trend. That's the kind of stuff that we look for as CMT. I'm hopefully I'll get the news soon that I passed my level 1 CMT. I don't believe I failed. So that's what we as CMTs would look at, things like that. These big spikes indicate a reversal. And we can see this time and time again happening here, with Bed Bath & Beyond. So I think you got to confirm, you look at trend, you confirm with volume. You could put our filters are going to work off of non-pre-market data. All right. But you could put it on the chart and it'll change it, but the filter itself will work off non-pre-market data. And generally speaking, I don't use pre-market data for anything personally. I don't care about the pre-market. It influences 0% of what I do personally. I also don't really scan on moving averages either. I use moving averages more as a risk mechanism on my share sizing and my stops. And the only two moving averages I use are 20 SMA and an 8 EMA. And I only use those on intraday charts. Daily charts, I don't use them at all. Daily charts, I use pivot lines, essentially. Where is price gravitating towards? And I kind of figure it out from there. I think of it as spongy zones, essentially there, Patrick. So Peter, going back to your SMA question, let me know if that makes sense. That's how an SMA works. EMAs are calculated different, obviously, than SMAs. SMAs have what's called a drop-off effect also. So meaning as soon as we get to the next period, if we were on a 20 SMA, what was the 20th period now becomes the 21st period, and that and all the data behind it get dropped off, and they're no longer included in what's going on moving forward. Where EMAs, they take the entire EMA from the prior period and add that in going forward on the current. There's a whole formula behind it. You're welcome to do a web search on it. It involves a bunch of math and things like that. I don't think it's necessary to anything we are doing here whatsoever, but by all means, no reason to not be educated in these things. But EMAs avoid the drop-off effect, essentially. So EMAs calculate all the prior data that exists and moving forward as well. And that's why EMAs react much quicker. Well, I won't say much quicker, but definitely quicker than an SMA. And, there's all kinds of different moving averages, geometric moving average, triangular, all those things like that. We don't have any of that stuff within the software, so I don't think there's any reason to cover any of it. I would implore each and every one of you, if you have the means, getting CMT designated, besides the hard work and study that it takes between the books and courses, probably cost you, probably cost you $4,000, something like that, to get, take a CMT, take the 1, 2, and 3 courses and get designated. It probably cost you about $4,000. I don't think that's a very large investment if you're serious about your finances. I'm not saying that's not a large amount of money. I just don't think it's a large investment for someone to make in their future if they're that serious about it. So, damn you, SMMT. So, had some of SMMT a couple times in and out, got out of it. When this happened, I was feeling pretty good about getting out of it. When you're buying somewhere in here and you're selling somewhere in here, you usually feel pretty good about it, because as I'll always say, you're never buying this and you're never selling that. But if you could get this piece in the middle every time, or if you could get this piece in the middle, 6 out of 10 times, you're probably looking pretty good on what you're doing here. Always, I kick myself a little bit, wish I held a little, but, wasn't part of the risk plan. Anyways, sorry, lamenting a little bit here on that. But like I said, be weary of people that tell you, oh yeah, I bought the low and I sold the high, or I bought within, 2 or 3 cents of the low and sold within 2 or 3 cents high. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's not possible. But people that have it happen 7 out of 10 trades, they're probably, fully what. And again, anybody with more questions, fire those away. If I didn't cover something well or cover it enough, or you have more questions on it, of course, keep those questions coming from me, obviously. And we'll keep digging into it. And BYSI, an example of why you don't marry a stock. I grabbed some here, and on this candle, as a matter of fact, and wicked out and down and then back up and down. He said, when we got up here and it looked like it was tough to break through, I sold some here. So I didn't get out for very much on it, very little profit. And then I thought it was going to run, and it didn't. And now it's, good long fade, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars. And that's why sticking to my plan was a good idea, and not getting overly greedy. And sure, on BYSI, it works well. On SMMT, it looks like, I left money on the table. You're always going to leave money on the table. Do not let FOMO dictate what you do in your trading. If you do, you'll have 2 years like my first 2 years of trading, which were very unpleasant. Very, very unpleasant first 2 years. FOMO is not a trading plan. It is not a risk management strategy. Anywho, with that said, and I can even use the Holly alert here now. All right. Holly takes this alert somewhere here on this candle. All right. Now, depending on what you're using as your stop loss, are you in it? Are you out of it? Are you, did you quickly take some money on it? unfortunately quickly take a loss on it. Let's bring up Holly's trade management on this. I don't like stuff on my charts, but I'll throw Holly's stuff on here now. Now, for me, this would have been too low of a stop loss for me. Not way too low, to be honest. But, looking at the big moves and the volatility in this, had I been forced to take the trade, I would have looked more at a low of the day for my stop. All right, which would have kept me in it. And for now, we're bumping into some resistance again. We've got an ascending triangle here, and this is going to have to resolve itself one way or the other. It's 13 cents in the money here. For some people, that's great. For some people, it's not. But just to show I didn't agree with the stop on Holly, other people may have. Becomes one of those things about a trading plan. Holly's trading plan is not everyone's trading plan. It's obviously a stock that is incredibly active today. I mean, 63 million shares traded. It's doing 213 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day for volume. Obviously, this thing is going to be in play all day. It is not going anywhere, but will it be in play all day and bust out to this side? Will it be in all play and collapse and make for a short trade? No idea, but we know that Holly put in a trade. For now, again, it's working. It was down. The conservative mode would have taken us out here, obviously on that exit reason. A moderate reason would have us in still. All right, if we were to follow that. And again, I would encourage people that are using Holly or interested in Holly, come up with your own risk management in addition to what Holly's putting out there. All right. Come up with a real plan and compare it to what Holly's doing. That's the work you have to do as a trader. That's the work that I did with Holly a few years ago when I actually came up with a risk management plan. Before I came up with the risk management plan, obviously it didn't matter what Holly did or anything else because, I was a disaster, to say the least. A very big disaster. Thoughts on it? I would quite personally, it's very tough for me right now because it's doing something I love here. Look at how it caught that 8 EMA and really held it. Now we're starting to burst right off of that right here. This is going to be a challenge, and I'm not going to take it because I'm done for the day. But I might kind of look at this as the low of these kind of candles in here. And this seems like a big area. Maybe that's a good stop on an entry right around here because we can see this thing is really starting to kick into a next level gear again on that 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume. I mean, really kicking into next level. So for someone that was looking at entering it, these are things maybe on a simulated trade, because if you don't have a risk plan already to this point of the day for it, I think putting real money to work on it is a big gamble at this point. But if you had a risk management plan, for me, my risk management plan would say, you know what, if I'm going to get into this is where I'm wrong. Because if I'm wrong here, there's a good chance I come and tap at 6. And then what happens after 6? That's the way I'm looking at it, managing risk. And that doesn't put me risking too much money here. And I'd be looking at taking some profit just under $7 and then maybe seeing if I can't get a pop over $7. But look, couldn't get through this level, right? And that's why, you got to ask yourself, am I willing to risk this much money on a pop through this to 7? Because we know 7 is going to be a challenge, all right? Or we know getting up to 7 will be a challenge. Through 7 may not be the challenge. Getting by this level up to 7 will be the challenge. And so that's how I would be looking at that. What CMT? Well, there's only I think there's only one CMT course, but I took the level. You got to start at level 1, so I took level 1. I should have been designated level 1 back in June, but I had an issue with the test taking software, and anyways, they forced me to wait 6 months. There's nothing I could do about it. It's a very, very sore subject for me to this day. Anyway, so I just took my level 1 a couple of weeks ago, and it takes up to 8 weeks to get your results back. So I suspect maybe the second week of the New Year's, I should know that I passed. Oh, there we go. There's VKTX heading up to that $7 range. So, when we started really discussing it here back at that 665 level, had you taken it, you're, 20 some odd cents in the money now. Had you taken it on Holly's entry, you're 30 some odd cents in the money. How are you managing it? If you didn't have a risk management plan in it, shame on you. What CMT courses am I taking? I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood your question there, Michael. I apologize. I took the Optima course. I bought the Wiley book because you really need the book, but I took the Optima course. These folks here. Let me find it. And that's where I was figuring in my figuring my cost for this. It's I think like $400 for level 1. And then maybe like $500 or $600 for level 2, and another $500 or $600 for level 3. And then you figure it's like about, I don't know, $250 a book. Sorry, I'm trying to find the web page here. All right, yeah. So this is what I took. These are the folks that I used here. You can't sign up with them until you enroll to take the test, and then they send the CMT Association will send something to Optima saying that you're enrolled to take tests, because Optima is very, very protective of their IP on the courses. And the gentleman Matthew Verdow, who created the Optima courses, and I think they did a fantastic job on the courses. That's just my personal opinion. If you're familiar with Michael Noss that I work with, that he'll be here tomorrow doing this at the same slot that I'm doing this now. He's the one that told me to take this course. The only thing that I will say that kind of hurt me, but would have hurt me on any course, is the fact that I haven't done any kind of formal schooling since high school, which was a million years ago. So it did, it was a challenge when it comes to some of the formulas, because I hadn't done algebraic math in a long time and stuff like that. And you've got to start to, especially when you get into the level 2, there's some heavy formulas that you got to know how to calculate EMAs and triangulated and geometric moving averages and calculating ATR and things of that nature. You have to understand these formulas, and you never know which formulas you're going to get asked on the test. And so, there's probably a dozen formulas or more you got to know. You might only get asked 3 or 4 of them, and that's just the way it is. And that made it very challenging for me as someone who has not formally studied in a few decades. That was a really big challenge for me. But, that's on me. That's not on these courses here. Yeah. That's why, Michael, I misunderstood you. I apologize at first. I just misread what you meant. I thought you meant like which, like if there's different branches of CMT, Michael Noss had mentioned that he used Wiley. He used both actually. And he said that the Optima was much better for him. So I have nothing else to compare to personally. Michael Noss could compare those two and felt that Optima hit the learning objectives a little better than Wiley did. And so the book is Wiley, obviously. I don't have a way to show you the book necessarily, although I don't know. You just do a web search for it. And that is, that's my 2 cents there. So I don't know what Wiley charges. Again, you can look at, let's see, CMT prep courses. So here we go. So, all right, 400, 600, and 800. I am pretty sure they give a discount on these. I think I got like a 20% discount on this. So ask them about a discount if you want to do it. So I'm pretty sure there's discounts that can be applied to all these via Optima. This is Matthew Verdow here. Got the chance to meet him in person. Really, a guy that is just beyond passionate about markets and technical analysis and bringing new folks into the fold for the CMT Association. So that's why I feel like I was also in very good hands with Matthew. There's a forum inside these courses that if you don't understand something, he can help you. He's not going to help you on basic algebraic math and things like that, But if there's something in the text you don't understand, there's something in the course you don't understand, if something isn't making sense to you, He's got a forum on there that he personally handles himself, and he's the CEO of Optima, and all that. So, anyways, really good experience with the Optima courses here. And that's that. I'll drop a link here if anybody wants. I get nothing for mentioning them or anything like that. I'm not a partner or an affiliate or anything like that. I just try to call it as I see it. I felt like they're really good. Also, they've helped me really kind of wrap my head around longer term trends and primary trends and how to use those. They really helped me wrap my head more around confirmation and risk management and how to apply those on different time frames. And I could say that, I started the courses almost a year ago now, just short of a year ago, be a year ago in like 2 weeks. And I could say I am a better trader for it just through level 1 than I was a year ago. And again, I don't like using the word trader either. I kind of really not like that term, but it is what it is. I guess it's the more mainstream or generic term than risk manager. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Also, Optima, Michael, has a whole bunch of practice tests in there. They have 4 practice exams as well. So those are also really handy. And the practice exams are modeled perfectly to the exam you'll take with the CMT. At least for level 1, it was modeled perfectly for me. So I felt like I was like super prepared for the exam. Again, anybody with questions as far as anything goes, please let me know. VKTX just kind of continue to climb here. Like I said, wasn't going to pop right. Didn't think it would pop right through 7. Obviously struggled at 7. I have all my brokers closed, so I don't have time and sales up right now. It's kind of also one of my things. When I decide I'm done for the day, I close my brokers, so I can't just kind of like try to sneak in another trade. And I'm not one of those people that, I made X amount of money today, I'm done trading. Like, my goal is to make $1,000 today, or my goal is to make $50 today, or my goal is to make $75 today. And once I make that goal, I stop. I kind of stop based on some other things where, I don't want to hand things back. It was a good day. We're in, especially this time of the year, I'm not trying to set any records here going into the end of the year, choppy, tough markets and things like that. So I'm happy with what I did. I'll close out for the day. I don't want to manage more risk today. That's what it really comes down to. It's not about making money. It's about managing risk always, right? I don't want to manage more risk today. I don't have it in me. It's maybe tough to explain if someone, isn't as adamant about managing risk as I am. Yeah, you're very welcome, Michael. Glad that, love having back and forths with that kind of stuff. Like I said, big into that. With that said, BYSI kind of flopped around down here for now. This is one of those things that could, without any question, explode higher. There you go. Thank you for loading chart. Could no question explode higher. I mean, it's already made this huge march, but we've seen things do other crazy explosions. Only 22 million in the float. But again, why my risk management here? I knew that 3 would be a challenge. I knew this thing could have these big topping shadows, so I didn't want to play around with that. Unfortunately, SMMT continued. I knew 4 would be a challenge on SMMT. I got through 4. I was happy with that original get through 4 up in here. I didn't anticipate this next move. But after that next move, we had a big reversal, right? We've gone on to a move up afterwards, but another reversal. And I don't want to manage trades like that. I don't, once I have managed my risk accordingly and properly to what I'm managing it, what my plan decides, everything else is Monday quarterbacking. And for those that have never heard the term Monday quarterback, first off, my dad used to say it all the time, and he grew up watching NFL in the 60s and 70s and 80s when there wasn't games played outside Sunday much other than Monday Night Football. It wasn't really Saturday games and Thursday games like we have now. And so he would call it Monday quarterbacking, meaning that, everybody's a genius on Monday looking back at the film on what transpired on Sunday, right? Well, the same thing here. Everybody's a genius looking back on their trades or what should have been done in their trades once they're out of it. But it's when you are in that trade, and it comes back to the foxhole thing. You don't start, when you're in the middle of the battle and you're inside the trenches, you don't try to hatch out your plan then. You should have had the plan before you got into the trenches of that battle. That's where that is. How's the scheduled split? The way it works is Barry Monday through Friday is running things from 9 Eastern to noon Eastern. And then myself, Michael, Jamie, Steve, and Andy come in here noon to 1 Eastern. And then Barry comes back around 1 Eastern till I think he's checking out at 3. So that's how the split and shakeup goes there, Greg. And then let me just plug in my earphones here. Getting ready. There we go. All right. So that is that in a nutshell. A good set. I think a good session today. Hopefully you folks got something out of it on a few different time frames. And we didn't dive around the overall market too much here. Again, keep firing stuff away while I'm here. We did not look at the Qs. We just only looked at the SPY on the overall market. We see tech is suffering a lot more. Tech never broke back out. And I say, I pull up the Qs as tech because the SPY is pretty heavily weighted in tech as well, but the Qs are just basically all tech essentially. And we can see here, deeper lower lows happening here. And we don't have quite the same breakout on the SPYs like we did, or on the Qs like we did the SPYs on the second round. Now, the Qs and the SPYs look very similar to the summer breakout here. They do not look the same on that fall breakout that has happened here. And yes, technically for another couple of days, we are still in the fall in the Northern Hemisphere, with that said. The IWMs, same thing, don't look nearly as healthy here as the overall SPY did. And I'd always like to bring up this. The RSPs are equally weighted S&P 500. This thing is not as far off all-time highs, percentage-wise, as the rest are. So this is your S&P 500 if everything was equally weighted in here. Now, one thing I will say is the S&P has become very tech heavy over the last several years. So even equally weighting things in here still has the S&P kind of tech skewed, but weighting it even across the board on the stocks in there skews it a little less. So, I show things like this because both bull and bear cases can be made right now. I mean, there are times where there's only a bull case and there's only a bear case, or it's leaning very bullish the case or leaning very bearish the case. I feel like while I lean, or I think there's a lean slightly towards the bearish case, the bulls have a good case to make still right now. I we've got all this bad data in the world that's out there, and the market hasn't completely rolled over. So, you can throw feathers in the caps of either one. And this is where I think trend becomes so important when you've got this, downtrend that looks like that. I know it's a terrible line. I was not much of an artist growing up, so please don't hold that against me when I'm trying to draw a straight line to look like this. But, I think we have a primary trend that is obviously down, but we continued to try to challenge that recently, that downtrend, right? Now, at what point do we consider the downtrend broken and we consider an uptrend? Beauty's in the eye of the chart holder and all those kinds of things like that. So those are the kind of things I'm trying to illustrate here, especially on these longer term time frames. And I think it's important to illustrate longer term time frames, especially for people who are newer to trading and risk management, because longer term time frames for me helped me to take smaller share sizes, wider stops, and help me to work my way into those shorter time frames with tighter stops on those risk management tools. And again, I know the appeal for everybody, the rock star appeal is day trading, and I'm all for it. There he is. I am all for day trading, 100%. And day trading is what has helped save my skin this year in the markets, because I don't know how well I would have done with swing trading only. I don't think it would have been a very nice year, to be honest, for me. Maybe it would have, but I don't have to go back and Monday quarterback that. So what do you think?
Well, yeah.
I know.
I actually was going to try. Well, I shouldn't say swing, but I took Tesla, believe it or not, as a short earlier today. I just couldn't hold on. Way outside my price range that I like, but I thought, it was just sort of weak underneath 150. The one I did take just as I was on my break, and I was mentioning this in the room, that some of these ones that really accelerated really had great early days or early moves, like the SLNO, VKTX. So look at the SLNO. You probably know this one. You probably saw it earlier this morning. But look at SLNO right at 11:45 on a 15-minute chart. And you see what it did? You see how it took that, and that was the high of the market hours. The pre-market high was soon, and then it just exploded. It just exploded from there. So I was able to take some of that. Unfortunately, I didn't hold on until 2:44. I got out just before 2. But I was saying,
sizable percent move.
Yeah, still a great move, but also starting to see some of these ones that were really active in the pre-market, but didn't have any trend continuation whatsoever, like the VKTX. VKTX is another one that may, if it takes out 7, it may get going again too.
Absolutely.
And what's funny? This is completely different. In Discord, it's interesting. When you put a cloud link into Discord, the name of the link is also there. Let me just. What time is it now? 1 o'clock. Let me take over the screen.
Sure.
I'll show you what I mean. It's kind of interesting. So here I put a link in.
Oh yeah.
And it names the scan.
Yeah, it does that in There's something else where it does that. I'm lying. Does it? I feel like I was messaging someone a scan and it loaded and looked like that. But it wasn't through Scout.
No, Scout doesn't do it, and certainly the
No, I think it was in my personal email and Gmail. I was emailing someone through Gmail because that whole incident that we had with Scout and emails not getting through to the users.
Exactly.
So I think Gmail does something. I don't know that it names it like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. I mean, it's perfect.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, gee, I hope that I just saw Scott put something in, but I hope that we can get around that that one hang up that we have going on.
Yeah, the 50 minimum. I know.
Full switch, because it just seems like an overall better way to do this.
Oh, it is. In my opinion, it definitely is. I think it has a nicer presentation look.
I agree too. I agree with that.
All right, my friend, I'll let you go now. I'm sure you want to get doing something else. I don't know what.
If you could only see my Slack right now.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chris.
I'll talk to you later, Barry. Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you again.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm now back in both rooms. Let me get rid of the message and get my music going. Okay, so I was saying to Chris, remember what I was saying? Well, I was saying it in all the rooms, if you're listening to me, that some of these ones might take a little bit of time. I was actually thinking more later on in the afternoon, but some of these ones are now starting to move. The SLNO, I was actually able to take, again, I think just before I went on my break, I say, hey guys, this is taking a break or moving out of consolidation. It's almost at the all-time high. It's over the VWAP. I actually ended up taking some of this right around that 161 mark. Unfortunately, I got rid of it just under 2, and then it just kept bombing ahead to 240. Might take a look at it later on. But the VKTX I did not take. It was a little bit later on in my break, I think. Yeah, a little later in my break. But you can kind of see if it can take out 7. But remember what I was saying. Some of these ones that had these huge moves in the pre-market and then kind of gave it up, sometimes later on in the afternoon. It just happened a little bit earlier than I thought it would. That's all, especially for the SLNO. So with that in mind, and meanwhile, that ICPT, that was a miss by me. I mean, I should have just said, the heck with it. Taken some, just taken some. Especially when it had that little move up and it could not get through the VWAP. Speaking of that, what's happening with COSM? COSM. Okay. Still not. Yeah, still did not take out the VWAP. I saw Vapo, guys, VAPO just popped up through through the VWAP 187, and the next high looking left, it's about 228. So I mean, there is a little bit of room if it got up to 228, of course, or a nice little percentage move. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's a nice little break here on the daily chart. See if there's any specific news on it. Do not see any specific news as I'm scanning my headlines. I do not see any specific news. Okay, and I'm feeling a little bit better about the Tesla not holding it. Would have been okay, but it's actually having now. And guys, it's through the 200. It's through the VWAP, through the VWAP, 150.49. So it's a dollar. It's over a dollar above the VWAP now for Tesla TSLA. And Sear, I had a price alert put for Sear. That's on the way down. So this has got some room underneath, guys, if it really keeps going. So it's now down through the VWAP, 3173. So it's down through the VWAP. And 3125 looks like the kind of the next low looking level. You can see especially if it can take out 31, takes out 31. I mean, then you're talking down here around 2784. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's kind of from where it came this morning. And now it does have some news. It did have news on its own, rising on positive clinical trial data. Okay, so what is this market doing? So the market is just kind of chopping a little bit up and down. Was there small news on Vapo? I didn't see any news on Vapo. Yeah, I didn't see any news. Doesn't mean there isn't any, but I didn't see any news on Vapo, VAPO. Where are you getting that news, Michael, from our Discord room? Was that today? So obviously they don't have to get to over one. I mean that wasn't the issue for Vapo keeping their NYSE status. Guys, Tesla definitely on the move here, guys. Tesla, TSLA, on the move. So has he come out and said, okay, the people have spoken. I will get rid of my duties as a everyday everyday Twitterer and pass the leadership on to somebody else. I haven't kept up with it. All I know is he didn't. The poll said that most wanted him to just leave Twitter alone, let somebody else do it. Guys, VKTX now over 7. And the pre-market highs were way up, well, way up here, 823. Okay, guys, on the way here, VKTX breaking through 7. Maybe this will be a magnet up here, this pre-market high of 8. Bit of a magnet anyway. They're talking about GOTU. Yeah, base, nice base. I mean, it had a little bit of a pullback. It's been on that miracle run from that 50-cent mark or so. A little over a month from 50 cents or so to $3. At some point, you just think there's going to be a ton of selling, but it really hasn't happened. Profit taking. It just really hasn't happened for GOTU. Yeah, just like PJ is saying, yeah, there's the high of the day, 326. Yeah, it's a good idea. Put a price alert there. It did hit briefly, probably very briefly. It hit 352 in the pre-market. There's the Vapo guys. Vapo. So see how some of these small ones that were really active in the pre-market and then basically fell and then kind of chopped around, getting a little more of a trend now for them, as somewhat predicted might happen for some of these anyway. You know, they were very, in my opinion, they were very difficult to trade early. It's kind of why, you know, I think actually I have more success trading in the afternoon than in the morning. Things have had a long time to set up. There's no question that you can, you know, if you catch it right, you know, you're going to get the bigger moves in the first half hour. There's no question of, well, more than likely the bigger moves in the first half hour, but I just find it's just too darn whippy. Just give me one moment, please. Here's another one. Remember we were looking at this one on a break at 2 for IMMX? And it, you know, what time was that? 11:45, 11:45 to 12, and then took 12. I took 2 out. They kept moving, you know, up to 230. I mean, these are nice little percentage moves, guys. I know it may not look, if you're used to trading, you know, more expensive stocks, you might think, well, that's nothing. But these are nice percentage moves, 20, 30%. And now this one didn't have a ton of volume, but some of these, you know, are trading like millions upon millions of shares. You know, Vapo is not a, you know, not high volume. Relative, yes, but not high volume. Okay, guys, so VKTX Looks like it's giving up 8 again. Now, one of the big differences between VKTX and SLNO, in my opinion, SLNO had some news, some specific news. Again, whether we think that news warranted a big jump like it did doesn't really matter, but it actually did have some news. VKTX was piggybacking on the MDGL as a sympathy play. So it didn't really have any news on its own. So, in my opinion, that is a pretty big difference. Wow, SLNO, unfortunately, not shortable for me, but boy, if you had shorts available, if it took out 192, that could be a good short. You should kind of see takes out 2 and then 192, and then the support would be down around 132. So if you had shorts available for SLNO, you might want to put a price alert around 190. There's a part of me that says if this ICPT takes out 1146, I'm going to take this short. I mean, it's sort of basing here a little bit, but there's really nothing holding it up. It's not quite an all-time low. It looks like it's very close, but it might be skewed because I don't know if they did bunches of reverse splits before. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. That'll tell me probably. Yeah, so at one point this was a $130 stock, even more. Yeah, $218 stock, maybe even more. Yeah, 230. So that's why it says 0.2% in the lifetime rate. That is its position. Now that is actually its all-time high, 230 and then 11. That's why it's not, that's why it looks like it should be right at its all-time low, but it's not. I don't know where the all-time low would be. But it's going to be darn close. Hey guys, so VKTX is trying again. 608 this time. I may, sorry, 7. Have to probably get up to around that 717, 719 level again. Maybe. I wish it had more specific news to it, but the float 67 million, so it's not a low float. SLNO, let me take a look what the float is on that one. Yeah, there's a huge difference, there's another huge difference, 4.4 million in the float for SLNO. So that's why it can be up 124%. Keep an eye on the VAPO, guys, VAPO. Longer it holds over 2, it might just catch a bid. Trader's looking for another cheap one. Low float, 21 million. The next high looking left is 227. Okay, guys, as I mentioned before, I don't have shorts available for this one, but SLNO, if that break right there, I don't have shorts available. That could really cause it moving down. 190, you have the VWAP to contend with, 170. If it gets through that, let's see if there's, for me anyway, shorts available for time. It's ZYME. There are very few probably. Yeah, 16,000 shares. I mean, this looks like it just wants to drop. I mean, there's a little bit of support right where it's at. Okay, let's see if there's a little pop on MJ. Just hearing some news about keeping it open for banking, cannabis or marijuana banking in 2023, keeping the door open. All right, guys, ICPT just making another new low here. All right, so VKTX is still kind of interesting. VKTX, sorry, VKTX, so kind of interesting. Bottoming tail, so the sellers tried to knock it down. They got it down to 661. The buyers, at least at this point anyway, have moved it back up to the 7 level. ICPT guys, I mean, there's nothing holding this other than people stepping in for a bounce, but there's nothing on the chart holding this ICPT. Xerox, XRX, look at this one, guys. Not an all-time low, but this one is starting to drift down. XRX, Xerox, and it's near a whole number. Where's the next low looking left? 1410, 1393, 1391, 1326. So you can kind of see if it can get through 14 in any way, then the next lows are way down here, 1326. And that's Xerox, XRX. Unbelievable. Yeah, Vapo is it's struggling right now. Let's see if it can hold. My big thing is, can it hold two? But there's no news for this one other than somebody was post. I don't see that news, but they're in jeopardy of being delisted. Don't see that news. That's on the 6th. Yeah, so I don't know. I can't see any news. It has 6 months. Okay, so it was notified by by New York. Okay, so it was notified. So it's got 6 months to regain its listing or to maintain its listing. ICPT guys, another new low. And another one. And another one. I missed, this is just my 10-day daily breakdown, and it grunts at me every time. Pig sound every time it makes a new low. So there was the original alert at 12:03. I did not take it there, unfortunately, but oh, another new low for ICPT. Madrigal doing now? Well, you know what? I mean, it did have the dip to 203, but yeah, quite a range, as Zach pointed out earlier. Quite a range now. Now it's over the VWAP, 207.84, quite a bit over. Who knows? Maybe it'll challenge the highs at 235. But ICPT is just getting hammered on this news from MDGL. And this is, that was the news. You guys know this guy, he has been around for a long time talking about bios. Adam F. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. It's either Feuerstein or Feuerstein. Anyway, whatever, however the pronunciation, he has been around for years tweeting about biotechs. And that is the reason. Oh, another new low. All right. Well, I've just covered some just in case it cannot take out 11, that whole number, but I mean, it still looks pretty bleak, but you know me, whole numbers. I'm afraid of them. Now, with the SLNO, look what it did. It got right to the VWAP and it is trying to bounce off the VWAP. The VWAP is $1.70. And what did I get down to? It got down to $1.74. So it is maybe trying to bounce off the VWAP. So, the longer it holds over there, if we start getting some green candles, it may have another run. It did get up to 243 or so, 242. And that is the SLNO. Hey, there's a little bounce now for ICPT. That's why I took some off on at the 11 mark. Wow, Summit. Holy smokes, guys. This one really I didn't take this one, but I mean, this is a great one now. The high is 450, so it's above that high looking left. I know some at Trade Ideas took this, and some even are trying to swing this SMMT. I mean, this has been really caring too much about what the market's doing. Can't remember what the news was here, but it did have some news. It was not an earnings play, I don't believe. No, not an earnings play. So it did have some news back on the 6th of December. Honeymoon over now for Tesla. A little bit of a $2 drop now, $3 drop or so. Ah, took my eyes off of this one. The CER, CERE, wanted to take some underneath 31. Actually, I had my alert set right here around 31.13. So yeah, so this has a chance, to get back to these levels. But it does have news on its own, but it's, definitely selling off now. I may be kind of following the market, though I don't think so. And it's the CERE. Okay, ICPT challenging 11 again. I do have some left. I just want to see if I can break through 11. Really had no problem through 12. Okay, guys, just another mention of the promo that we've got on for 30% off. And you can use this link, okay? Christmas 30. That's not the promo. You'll see the promo, what the actual code is. I think it's holiday 30. Maybe I should rename that. Okay, same thing. I just renamed it. Okay, so again, if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So there it is, and you can click right on there. You can select your subscription. So there are the 4 subscriptions, okay? The annual, premium standard, 2,000, 1,000, less the 30% in both cases. And that brings that down to $1,400 for the year. This brings that down to $700 for the year. But if you don't have to take an annual right off the bat. Yeah, in fact, you don't ever have to take out an annual, but unless you absolutely know you want the program, you can always still try us out for a month. We have the monthly 118, 228. You can apply the 30% discount. And if you decide within a month that you'd like to take out an annual, you can do so and we will honor the 30%. Also, somebody asked me earlier today, if you have a monthly subscription right now and you'd like to upgrade it to an annual, you can do so using the code. Okay. So current users with a monthly subscription, you can also take advantage of that 30% if you'd like to on an annual. Another one in a semi free fall for the last couple of days is SkyW, SKYW. Of course, let's take a look at JETS, JETS, what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, look, and a little pop that day, the 19. This is the ETF for the airline industry. So if you don't think the airlines are going to do that well, then you can just short JETS, JETS. I don't think there's an inverse. I don't think there's a bear. There might be. Somebody might know. Ooh, that would be a bad one, William. Well, this one's got some room. This Ivanhoe Electric, no shorts available. No shorts available for me anyway. But look at Ivanhoe Electric, IE. If you had shorts available, I mean, it took out the VWAP, took out the whole number, and then when you look left, and the next low is $1 away. So but my issue is I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for IE, but this doesn't look too good. Okay, guys, I've covered all my ICPT. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put another alert at 11. Just underneath 11 around 1095 and see if it takes that out. So I see a low of back here. I see a low of 1081. 1081. Not sure where you're seeing your that 1075 from June, really? Well, this is June, and I see the low of 1081. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so you're saying I'm sorry. So you're saying 1076, fine, or 75. Okay, yeah, I've got a low of. I mean, I'm sorry, I was reading it wrong. So yeah, we're both. If I mean, if I can take that out, then that's probably an all-time low. Probably an all-time low. Ah, PJ. And he's going, what? Look at Donut. All-time low now, again. DNUT. Hey guys, I mean, this one still is hanging at this one, VKTX, still kind of hanging around that 7 mark. All right, I think I'll do my video now. It won't take me too long. I'll do my video. So let me get the announcement in. Times at 151. I will say 205, and unless I have technical problems, I should be back well before that, but I'll just say it just in case. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, you know what? Donut takes out 11. I may have to take some. Sorry, PJ, but it's just too weak. Maybe people are saying, you know what? We're going to be loading up on sweets and everything at during the holidays. We don't need to do Krispy Kreme. Also, I don't know. Yeah, that was a big candle, but look at the VWAP. It held it. That was, I mean, look at the VWAP, guys, for SLNO. The VWAP held it. MGM, official sports betting partner of the Nashville Predators, BetMGM. Now I see them advertising a lot, BetMGM. All the crypto celebrities have gone, but the but the betting celebrities are still there hawking. Amazing. Wow. Another one, guys. Look at Steelcase. Steelcase, another one, all-time low. Steelcase, SCS. Big office equipment or office furniture, all-time low. Do they have earnings also? You are right as usual. Yeah, December 19th post-market. You're right. Yeah, I mean, companies just not spending a lot on office equipment, office furniture. Really well, let's take a look long term. Let's take a look at, say, the monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, here's your pandemic. Here's your pandemic move. So people working from home, little bit of a run, but then from July of last year, and then wow, something happened this month. Well, this was earnings 3 months ago. Remember, earnings are every 3 months. So yeah, had a horrible earning, obviously horrible earnings there. 11 down to 6, almost cut in half in that month. Yeah, there can't be too many companies releasing earnings this week and certainly next week. There's another company almost making an all-time low, PDO, or another. Don't know what this is exactly. Not a company, I guess, but a fund of some sort. CPI numbers, well, they were last week, right? So usually it's a month. So last week was so maybe, I don't know, January 10th, the week of January 10th. That'd be my guess. Oh, not not until, yeah, January 12th. Okay, yeah, January 12th. Actually, I'm just looking. You can actually do a search on that, and here you go. So January 12th. Oh yeah, but as I said, about a month. So we had it on the 13th. So the next one is the 12th. Amazing what you can find when you Google. Well, job numbers are every week, aren't they? That I don't know. Well, maybe you're right. But it's the CPI. That is the key one. Well, I'll tell you what. Do a Google, do a Google on it. A Google search on it. When are next job numbers? No, you're right. It's every month. So January 6th. January 6th. Yeah, usually the week before the CPI. But look what you can do if you do a Google search. Salerno getting away from me. SLNO. SLNO getting away from me. Salerno. Look how well that VWAP held. Look at that purple line on my chart is the VWAP, and look what it did a couple of times into it and bounced off it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I really think that the most potentially promising one is this VKTX. I mean, it's holding 7 very nicely. The way above the VWAP, so that's not an issue. And it's just kind of basing. Traders will be looking at this high of 823 in the pre-market. So, again, if it can take out 7 with any sort of volume, I think you could have a bit of a run. So instead of having to stare at it, I'll just put an alert around 7:15. So I'll try to answer your question. By the way, welcome to the platform and the scanner, etc. So we have a lot of position and range. So which one are you looking at? Are you looking at the daily range, or do you even know? I'm not trying to be flip here, but we have a lot of position and range filters. Okay, so for instance, let's take a look at one here. Yeah, so and that one, I don't know what they're using, okay? Bulls, bears, traders have no idea. All right, so down 1% from the open, sure. ATR, okay. Relative volume 2, float, yep. Okay, so the position in the range, I think they're more intraday traders, so the position in the range is more than likely it's the daily range. So if they're using 40% as an example, it just means that it has to be at least within 40% of the low or above 40% of the low of the day. But I'd have to see, like when you say 40%, the low of this range, more than likely they're talking about the position in the day's range. So when they talk about 40%, so let's just make some math super simple. If the range was approximately, if the range was high of 10 and a low of 1, right in between, let's call it 5. I know it's not quite 5. That would be 50%, okay, of the position in the day's range. So their 40% is just the position in the daily range. So for instance, here's VTTX. The high of the day was 728. Let me see if I can even find that then, a position in the day's range. Well, the high volume breakout is that's that volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 200%. That's what's going to give you the high volume breakout or breakdown. Okay. In other words, the volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 200%. I mean, that's a filter that we've got. But what is your real question? I mean, if your question is the position in ranges and what that percentage refers to, so let's just say, again, I'll use this one right there. The high today for VKTX was 725. The low was 534. So if it were somewhere in between, let's just eyeball it at 624. Let's say the price was at 624 right now. It would be 50. It would be excuse me 50% of its in the 50% of its range. Because it would right in between. So you can do things like this. You can find stocks that are right near the high of the day by using the position in daily range filter, or near the low of the day using that same filter as an example. But it sounds like they want it to be at least 40% above the low of the day when they're talking about the 40% in the range. But we have a lot of position and day in range filters. And you don't have to learn them all, but I mean, we have a lot because, so I mean, we have position in your 5-minute range, 15, 30, 60. Now there's the position in the day's range. Position in range, that's the day's range. We have the position in previous day's range as an example. So if you wanted to see stocks that were above yesterday's high, you could use a filter like this and put 100 here, okay? Which would mean that it's above yesterday's high, or at least no worse than at yesterday's high, as an example. If you use 0 here, it would be below yesterday's low. I don't know, have you done the 30 minutes of trade ideas, the 10 short videos, just to get yourself understanding what alert windows are and top list windows are? I mean, it's not going to show you specifically range filters and all, but that's what that does. But what are you asking? Are you just asking what the definition of that is, the 40% above the low of the range? So if you're asking how to construct those, I mean, there's so many of them there, okay? I'm not gonna obviously go through them all, but I mean, if you're asking how to construct something like that, I mean, I can construct that one for you, but you really have to learn how to use the software a little bit, okay? And our filters. Because let's just take, I've got time obviously, so let's just take this. Oh, you've already built them. Oh, okay. If you've already built them, then what is your question then exactly? What is your question? The volume breakdown? I mean, the volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 200%. So that just means that, it's unusual volume in the last 5 minutes compared to the previous 5-minute volumes. Okay, but again, okay, so the 40% I'm assuming refers to the intraday chart. So it wants to be at least 40% above the low. Because if it's above 40%, so it wants to be at least 40% above the low of today. So, I mean, to use that filter, but you say you've already built it, but I mean, so there's the position and range, add the filter. And so if you put 40 here, that means it's got to be at least 40% above the low of the day. Could be more, but it doesn't want it, but you don't want it to be lower. So if I put 40 right in here in that mid, is that an explanation that makes sense to you? Now, when you say a volume breakdown, I mean, Are you talking about shorting stocks though? Okay, well then what is the real question though? If you say you've built the scan, and what sort of alerts are you getting? You know how to do you know how to share a cloud link? Oh, okay. So now you do know. So assuming he's talking about the position in the day's range, then just use that filter to find those filters. To find a lot of things, you just right click, click on configure, and then search. Okay. I mean that's why I could do, just type in POS and I've got all these different positions, position in a 5-day range, 10, 20 plus. I wish we would call this the position in the daily range. That would make more sense, but I've answered it though. Okay. This is also useful for, and this is just, generally for people. People wonder, well, what do you guys have for this as an example? So maybe you're looking for MACD. So you just type in MACD in the search, you'll see exactly what we've got for MACD as an example. Now, if you don't see it here, we don't have it. In other words, if you want the 7-minute MACD, okay, we don't have it. You're looking for RSI, this is what we have. If you want a 3-minute RSI, we don't have it. You're looking for stochastics, this is what we have. So again, if you want something that, 20-minute stochastic, we don't have it. So normally, what the company did was they tried to create enough alerts and filters so that people wouldn't have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So are we missing? I mean, there's always a person that says, yeah, but I need a 42.5-minute stochastic. We don't have it. And then, you can always check, what do we have for Ichimoku? Well, guess what? We don't have anything for Ichimoku. I'm typing in ICH. We don't have anything. So if a person, again, I'm not just talking to you, Trev, but if person is looking for something, best thing to do is, again, right click on an alert window, configure, and then search, and just, type in what you're looking for and see if we have something. I think some people are able to send a screenshot. I don't do it, but I think you're able to. I think some people send screenshots or some way of showing what they're looking at on a chart. I don't know how. I do see people doing it, but I don't ask me how they do it. This is a great break on the daily, guys. Now that summit. This wasn't an easy one to trade intraday, as I recall. It was very whippy, but today not bad. It had that little 30 minutes of a move down. You're talking going from 443 down to, I mean, that's a big move, 389. But since then, other than that red candle, it's been reasonably steady for it. And that's the SMMT. And let's take a look on the longer time frames to see where there could be some resistance. I mean, this was the attraction of this one because there wasn't a lot of resistance. You go to a monthly chart and check it out. So on a monthly chart, the high is 530, and that's back last December. So almost 2 years, well, 2 years ago. Sorry, a year ago. Jumping ahead here. So a year ago, the high was 530. And then some other highs around 6. If it can get through all that, then your highs are around 8. Ugly, guys. Ugly, ugly, ugly. The SPY got up to about 410 back here. Seems like years ago now. Through the 200-day moving average, that was a big deal. But it didn't, and it tried the next day. It basically closed right at the 200-day that day, popped above it again, closed below it, and then ever since then, we've had 3 straight really down days. Five no is not only in sight, it's there. So there's SMMT. I'm not in this one, SMMT. All right, FSTX. This is another one just getting hammered today. 24%. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. Didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Um, okay, so they're trying to sell themselves, I guess. And it's been extended to the 30th. So I had a little pop pre-market, but since then it's just dropped. Whoa. I know it's a broken record, guys, but here's another company near an all-time low, OBE, Obsidian, Canadian company. Where are you out of? Calgary. So another one near an all-time low, OBE. Keep an eye on that VKTX. I know I keep talking about it, but it's doing a good job at holding seven. Seven. The histogram is telling me that there are a lot of bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish on a ratio basis. That's what it's telling me, and it's not moving yet, which is really interesting. That's why I'm really trying to keep an eye on it. At PET. That's some room, guys. Maybe. 331 is the high right now, and the next high looking left is 325, so it's above that. I mean, it's got room. 352 is the next high, and then after that, 371. So it's got a little bit of room. The VKTX, again, it's just hanging around 7. Hanging around, guys. I mean, I'm not going to do anything unless it really breaks out. I have to look back and see what the news was for this summit. So the news would have been on the 6th. Let's take a look, see if we've got something here. Ah, that's right. An up to $5 billion licensing deal. Up to 5 billion. But didn't they get an upfront payment also? What the heck is going on here? It is ripping now, guys. Yeah, it is ripping now. SMMT. Don't forget the firefighters, William. I think they like okay, being stereotypical. Even their donuts. Yeah, I think they also received a fairly substantial upfront payment, I think, for SMMT. Well, guys, I mean, keep an eye on this SLNO. I mean, if it takes out the 200-day, it tried earlier, it got up to 242, the area. 238 is the 200-day. You know, if it explodes through that 200-day, you could have another run in it, and that's the SLNO. I'll stick an alert around 241, see if it has a late day burst. Okay, Mr. X is posting something about a read director. See what the price is. Okay, so that is a cheapie. Okay. So we really didn't spend that much money. 250,000 shares at 7 cents a share. But okay. Talking to somebody in our Discord room. Well, I can see that. Yeah, for sure. Might need to get read over a dollar. I see what you're talking about. It's got a long ways to go. 107 million in the float. They're going to have to do a reverse split. No way they're going to be able to get it just on news. So they're going to have to do a reverse split. It'll have to be a pretty hefty one. Even at 10, well, 10 would bring it up to 80 cents. 20 would bring it up to 160. All right. Okay, guys, I mentioned this one earlier, Lian, Lian. Now, what has it's got some room to two. We'll say, that was the pre-market high. And Lian, it's not a low float, but the spread is terrible. 163, 173, forget it. All right, guys, it is now 2:46, so I typically put myself on mute at around 3. I'm still going to hang around, answer any questions. Maybe I do it around 10 to 3. So I'm still here, just put myself on mute. I'll get back on the mic for a couple of reasons. If somebody asks me a question, I'll do that, or if I have something to say. So one last, just putting in the holiday sale promo code for 30% off. It has been relentless. It has, yes. Hey guys, so there is your holiday promo code. There's the sale. Let's see if I think it's already up there. So if you click on that link, this is what you'll see. Okay. 7 days, 12 hours, 10 minutes, 47 seconds for this holiday promo for 30% off to expire. I believe that's the day after Christmas, Boxing Day, as we call it here in Canada. All right, guys, I am watching the summit as it tries to hold 5 SMMT. Yeah, SLNO, I have that thumbnail, so I do see that also. It's got to take out the 200-day. That's it. 238 is the 200-day moving average. You just got to take that out with some volume and could have a run. And that's the SLNO. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. Again, I'm here. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Guys, keep an eye on this. I mean, this is that 200-day, 238. Their high of the day for SLNO was 242. So keep an eye on breaking through the 200-day, getting to the high of the day, and then running from there. Just keep an eye on that. SLNO. Yeah, so that BTB was active with that. That was the reverse split day, I guess, on the 15th. I'm sorry, on the 15th, right? Yeah, the 15th right here. So since then, yeah, it's had a bit of a run, a little bit of a run. Okay, guys, look at SLNO. So that's why I don't try to anticipate anything. It either happens or it doesn't. Okay, look at this. I mean, it bumped into the price range that I was looking at. Never triggered. Keeps me out of so getting chopped up a lot, my account. I think, you put a price alert, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you just move on. So all I was waiting for to see if it could take out that 200-day moving average. And look, it just didn't want to do it. Got up close. Well, actually, I guess in theory over it, but I mean, as Real points out, it's an area, not, the hard, I mean, there's obviously a data point for the 200-day, but it never really took it out. All right, back on mute. I see you're talking about Reed, and as he pointed out in the Discord room, some director bought 250,000 shares. So, but I mean, it's up. Yeah, it's up 30%. That's That's 2 cents. So who knows? Maybe it's a start. I don't know. I mean, the high over here is still 14 cents. Just not what I usually look at, but not trying to dissuade anybody. If that's what you're into, you got to take a whack of shares to make any money. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up right now. As always, thanks for all of the help today. Get that script in here, shutting down the room. All right, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.